Bom dia, bonjour, good morning, good day. We have another busy day, and I'd like to ask my colleagues here from this table to please greet us in your national language.
Good morning, Eduarda.
Okay. Matatila Matatiwetima is the Yemba national language in Cameroon.
Menubigetio. En Lingala au Congo, Mbote.
En Mina au Togo, c'est Directeur Kea.
Thank you so much. So before we start, I have an announcement. Colleagues, all who have registered for the test, the PCR, I think you have to meet Mrs. Darshana now. Darshana, can you confirm? Is that correct? Okay, just your names. 1:30? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, bonjour.
Oh, good morning. Do everybody need to do the test before or depending the regulation?
Depends on the flight company, I think. Yeah.
It depends the regulation in each country. Okay, great,
Yes.
no problem.
So I would like also to greet our new participants today, representing SAQA, South African Qualifications Authority. Hello, everybody. We are very, very happy to see you all here. So we will have the privilege to listen and to learn from you right after lunch. Thank you so much for your time. And Tola, hello. How many times we met, huh? So let us then, as usual, do our brief introduction. And we also use this first session just to recap one part that we could not do on day one. And it's quite important. So all participants online, we have 41 participants so far, but in principle, very soon we will have around 100. Welcome again. We have, as you all know, 28 countries represented. Please, colleagues, as always, bear in mind the interpretation. So choose your interpretation channel. Let me just briefly recall the objectives, just a few, especially for our colleagues from SAQA who arrived today. So, as we all know, the main topic is skills, qualifications, and frameworks for mutual trust in a changing world. I think we have been discussing quite a lot about mutual trust and changing world as well. So, besides refreshing, deepening knowledge, understanding on linkages of components and themes of qualifications, frameworks, and systems, we are also here to, let's say, encourage, motivate, somehow even, let's say, support all those countries who are on their way, on their path to develop their national qualifications frameworks. And we hope that after these 2 weeks of training, so the one in April and this one, we will have a pool of trained, not only trained, but committed people from different institutions, different countries. We can continue and we can meet again then in 2023. And I see that Mr. Waldemariam agrees with me. Thank you. So we are also trying to explore innovative approaches, tools, methods, supporting the adaptation of skills and qualifications frameworks, since we are really in a changing world. And of course, learn about ACQF. So I think we have progressed well. We are today already closing to the end of our journey. Today, day 4, will be very much dedicated to quality assurance. And as you know, The first session will be another country case, in this case, Cape Verde, talking about recognition, quality assurance, RS. And then in the afternoon, we have SAQA, National Qualifications Framework of South Africa. So let us then very quickly look very briefly at the topics today. You can see, so recognition of qualifications, digitalization, this aspect of digitalization in the first presentation. We will have then Paula Leite and Alberto Landim talking with us about this experience. Session 23 will be done online from Zoom. Professor Michael Maua, he is already online, I know. He's from IECA. He has prepared a very interesting presentation on the linkages between ASGQA, African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance, with ACQF. I think it will be an interesting point of view. Then session 24, Quality Assurance, a Systemic View, and links with the NQF by Andrea Bateman, you remember her. She's one of the team members of ACQF, authors of the guidelines and training modules. And then session 25, the very expected session, 2-hour session with the team from SAQA. So in the last session, then we will have a very brief introduction to the approach to self-assessment in the context of referencing. Just 10 minutes, less than 15 minutes, and then some examples, 1 or 2, depending on the time available, of articulation. So very concrete examples, very short. Thanks for your contribution at short notice. In the scheme, in our model of NQF, the systemic view, we can see that we have already covered a number of those pillars. So today, the focus, as the arrow indicates, is quality assurance of qualifications provision and qualifications systemic, and all the rest has already been covered. We have already indicated who are the speakers today, so let's move on. As always, especially for colleagues who have joined only now, we are using this approach of having the comments, ideas, questions directly there on the board. So you can fill some of the cards you have on the table, and then we discuss the questions on a daily basis. It has been working well. The number of participants online is increasing. So let me then just take 10 minutes or less, recalling a little bit the notions that we have been proposing in ACQF training module 10 on life cycle of an NQF in a very pragmatic manner. Since we have here several countries interested exactly in this path, in approaches, steps, important guiding questions that could help them in their effort, in their process. So this is from session 5. So we have been saying that let's consider a cycle of a life cycle starting, of course, with design, development of the NQF, then move to implementation, operationalization, then in a certain time review, as in a loop. So a loop constantly moving. Review, including or naturally monitoring or based on monitoring. Part of this information on the phase 1, which is design and development, has already been discussed in one of our sessions on the first day, but let us just very briefly go through some of these points. So what is included in this phase? Of course, conceptualization, design of the NQF in this phase is very much about the questions: why, what for, what, how, with whom, when. So rational main objectives and approaches to put together an NQF. So this results in an outline of the NQF, providing the basis for wider dissemination, discussion within different types of groups or of stakeholders, some key architectural features. Then this phase naturally includes also consultation, even some testing of these initial proposals. And then, let's say, the official establishment adoption stage, which can take time depending very much on the political situation or the decision-making channels in each country. Also naturally on the buy-in by the main authorities. Some critical questions at this first phase are, for example, the plan for development. So the questions just mentioned: why, what for, what do we gain from this? Yes, what is the added value? How, with whom? Which is the overall approach to develop the NQF? Who will manage or coordinate this process? How will the stakeholders be engaged, involved? Then the NQF design, purpose and scope. What are the goals to be achieved? What is the scope? What will it encompass? Is it an inclusive, comprehensive framework or a, let's say, narrower scope? Is it an NQF mainly for communication, mainly for reform, mainly for regulation, or all of these together? Quite often we see that it's quite all of this together. The NQF design, structures, levels and descriptors, number of levels, which domains of learning, questions around the volume of learning measure, questions around qualification type descriptors. Then NQF general other questions. Does the design of the NQF promote the use of learning outcomes, lifelong learning, learning pathways, access equity principles, and does the structure reflect, let's say, common sense? Is it coherent? Legal basis, how will it be formalized? Which kind of, let's say, legal policy texts, acts? The governance and funding, even at this initial stage, it's important to start thinking, preparing for that. Otherwise, the NQF might be, let's say, stuck because of lack of a governance, coordination, and leading setting. I'm just trying to close all these boxes. Okay. Then the questions related with recognition of non-formal, informal learning, the place of non-formal and informal learning of the NQF, especially if it's an NQF that intends to contribute to reform, the credit transfer issue, registers and other tools for systematization of information, quality assurance, other laws that will be actually affected by the NQF, and who is going to be in charge of coordinating and ensuring coherence across laws and regulations with the emergence of the NQF. Also, maybe the questions related with micro-credentials or these new types of qualifications, let's say, that are emerging. How will they be included? How will they be considered in a qualification framework? And recognition of foreign qualifications. Okay, it's not moving. Erika, can you help? The slides are not moving. Okay. So usually what is found or elaborated in NQF policy legal text indicatively is also here presented in very broad terms. The background, wider issues addressed, benefits for the people, the relationship to lifelong learning in a country, the objectives, principles, scope, reference to non-formal, informal learning, technical design, naturally, quality assurance linkages, components, instruments, as already mentioned, and aspects related with the NQF governance. Erika, next. Because here it's not moving. Okay. Phase 2 NQF implementation, next. Okay. So it's naturally very important that it has been, I think, well discussed here in practical terms, that this danger of being stuck at the end of an approval phase and then not really entering into concrete operational steps needs to be somehow considered and avoided. Otherwise, the NQF enters into a drawer or is never really an instrument to contributing to change and to its objectives. So the move from initial policy design and legal framework of the NQF to the operationalization can focus or look into these various topics like consolidating governance and associated policy, legal, regulatory texts, establishing and practically applying the linkages to associated structures, the quality assurance arrangements, moving to full practical implementation, consolidating administrative, technical capacity, expertise, plan, work plan, roadmap, resources, communication, awareness, buy-in, information sharing to stakeholders. And naturally, that full implementation requires some time. Not all strategies and capacities will be available at the same time. So important critical questions in this implementation phase that are suggested in the ACQF training module 10 are here summarized. So how will aspirations and vision for the qualification system be articulated? Who will develop an implementation plan? Who needs to agree to it? How will it be funded, resourced, monitored? The quality assurance of qualifications. How will the link be made between NQF qualifications and the programs leading to them? Then quality assurance of provider provision, assessment, certification. Who will issue NQF documentation? Who will monitor? Data collection. Who is responsible for setting data standards? Registers, how will registers be made public and maintained, quality assured? What information should be public? On the credit accumulation and transfer system, whatever the approach, the scope, how will the system be negotiated, and will it be part or separate from the NQF? And visibility of the NQF, how is it going to be communicated so that users, stakeholders can really benefit from it? Very quickly about the third phase, and I'm not going at all into details because tomorrow we have a specific session that is going to go to unpack and go deeper into this topic. So this is very brief. Monitoring of NQF implementation for review, supporting the review. So how will implementation be monitored? This is a question to be considered and duly planned. What data exists that can be used to monitor implementation? Which indicators and objectives? So there are also regional examples for monitoring NQF implementation within a qualification system or a context of NQFs. And for example, there is an ACQF guideline and training module specifically dedicated to this topic, number 7. Tomorrow we'll have our colleague Rebecca Purcell telling us about this. There are also some quality assurance frameworks that actually contain elements supporting M&E, including of qualifications, and they are here indicated. So I'm going to finish here, just to say, just to let's say encourage you to to look at the presentation of session 5, and here 3 main blocks of questions, critical questions for the review phase. So what are the questions to be asked when the country stakeholders are engaging in reviewing the framework, the qualifications framework? If they look, for example, at the NQF as a classification device, a question is the NQF helping to raise aspirations to learn? For example, do citizens use the NQF to see progression opportunities, or is the NQF not visible, not used? Are valuable qualifications that are sitting outside the NQF and could be brought in to, let's say, to expand also the scope? Another set of questions there in the middle. So the NQF linking to quality measures. So you can see also 3 proposed questions, such as, is the NQF raising the standard of qualifications in terms of the use of learning outcomes, content, assessment, and certification processes. This is one question, possible question. And finally, the last block, NQF as a bridge between domestic and international qualifications. And the questions that are possible as well indicated, for example, do people abroad use the NQF of your country to appreciate elements of specific domestic qualification? Is it easy to make comparisons between the domestic qualifications and international qualifications, and so on? So I finish here this part of the presentation. This was just to bring back a little bit this part of session 5, and this is information contained in the training module 10, because we have been discussing in different ways about all of this, and this is a way to put this all together in our pre-last day. And now I'd like to pass the floor immediately to our colleague James Mwewa. You have a slide about credit accumulation and transfer, responding to the question from Tunisia. Olfa, vous avez maintenant quelques contributions.
Donc, you have now some contribution to your question, Alpha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eduardo, and good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is a single slide, trying to just elaborate more on the contribution that was made by OFA regarding the allocation of credits to components of a qualification. What is it that we need to focus on? So as you can see from my illustration, we have first and foremost the determination of the kind of qualification or type of qualification that we want to come up with. In this case, I've used Bachelor of Science in Nursing as an example. So once you determine that this is the type of qualification or nature of qualification that you want to come up with, you then need to determine the expected learning outcomes of that particular qualification. What is it that you expect the learner to be able to know, do, and be at the end of the learning process? And this can be determined using stakeholder input. So the stakeholders have to advise the design of the qualification, what industry expects from the specific or particular learner, what sort of or sorts of roles are they expected to go and play in a particular industry or indeed company, as it were. Once that is done, we need now to also make use of the level descriptors. If these level descriptors are available, or if the National Qualifications Framework is available, we need to make sure that we determine our learning outcomes in comparison with the existing level descriptors. Once that has been done, we need now to determine the courses or modules, as the case may be, that are required for us to be able to enable the learner more or less like be able to the learner to be able to appreciate the content of the qualification and be capacitated with the necessary skills and the knowledge that are required, including the competencies thereof. And once these modules have been determined, so these modules or courses are supporting, okay? They are supporting the attainment of the program learning outcomes. And in doing so, we need to also ensure that these courses also have their own specific learning outcomes. So we have what we can call a program learning outcomes set, and also learning outcomes that speak to the specific courses, indicating more or less like the amount of work involved in that particular course. Once that has been done, then we need now to allocate credits, okay, to each course or module based on the expected workload for each course or module. And this can be determined by, of course, asking ourselves, these courses we are looking at, are they core courses? Are they electives? Are they half courses? is coursework required in that particular course, or classwork, should I say? Will the learner undergo some tutorials of some form? Of course, there should be assessment of some sort, be it formative or indeed summative assessment of some sort. Will the learner be involved in research, in practical work, such as laboratory work, or indeed industrial attachments? So all these components have to be factored into the formula being used to come up with credits, or indeed the duration that it would take a learner to be able to complete the amount of work or workload that has been assigned in a particular qualification. So once that is done, then we can now sum up all the credits for the courses to come up with what we can call as the total qualification time. In some jurisdictions, that's what they call it. Or you can call it as the total duration in credits for that particular qualification. So I thought maybe I could just shed more light on this, so that even as we go about developing our curricula, our programs, or indeed qualifications, we have a clear picture of how to go about allocating credits or durations to the components of a qualification. Thank you so much.
James, as always. Zambia and Tunisia cooperating without any borders. Thank you. And I would like now to ask my sister, Miriam, to take the floor. She will facilitate. We are so privileged to have you, Miriam.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Edwarda. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Edwarda. Thank you. She deserves it. You know, all this that we're doing, it's because she spends sleepless nights just to make sure that we get going. Good morning, everyone, once again. I hope you've rested. This is day 4 of our session. We're almost there. It's hard to believe that we are almost at the end. A few logistics. Just to remind you, tea is always there outside. We won't break for tea, but please, when you need to get something, you can go ahead and get something. You have registers on your tables. Please fill in. If you didn't fill in yesterday, fill in to ensure that we just capture everyone that's in here and for audit purposes. Lunch for today will be served downstairs in the restaurant, so let's keep that in mind. I hope everyone for the PCR has had their names registered, but also those who are leaving early, please ensure that you check the shuttle time schedule or register. Just make sure that Dashna has your details with her. Okay, so we have a full-packed day, and Edwarda has gladly gone through for us most of the things that will happen. But before we go to the nitty-gritties, as I recognized Edwarda, let's also recognize Erica. She's in the background and just making sure that all these presentations and everything is happening. Erica, thank you very much for your work. We really appreciate that we do not have people staying on Zoom and disturbing us for a long time, because you are managing that. Also, I'd like us to just recognize SAQA incoming CEO, who is here with us. That's Nadia Starr. Maybe you can just wave for us, Nadia. So, colleagues, AU basically we'll be working with Nadia, I think, as of December. So let's just take time to just engage with her wherever possible. But today, we go back to our agenda, and to just take us through today's exciting program, we start with Cape Verde. We do have a joint presentation looking at recognition of qualifications in a digital space, in the digital world. And to do this presentation for us, we have Carvalho Paula, I hope I pronounced that well. Please come and take the stage with her colleague Ladim Alberto. So may I ask them to come? They have 15 minutes from now to take us through this presentation. Obrigada. Let's thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to present our team from Cape Verde. My name is Paul Carvalho. I went to the agent of higher education as manager of the president, and my colleague Albert Landi, he of recognition and classification. I would like to thank Edward for the invitation, for the dedication and the invitation for Cape Verde to be part. So that Cape Verde could be part of this training here in Johannesburg. We also thank, again, the opportunity that we can be given to share our opportunity of the agency, to show our material and to show the quality of higher education. During our presentation, we will touch at the following points. First of all, will be the creation of a mission and objective of the agency of our education, and followed by the system of guarantee and accreditation, and 3, the digital platform of ARIS, and finally, the process of digitalization of archive of ARIS. ARIS has been formed by the state through the decree number 121/2016 of 24th of March, while as an administrative and sole independent is to guarantee the quality of education in higher education. This was founded in 2016, but it only started to function in December of 2018. As you can see, it's a new, we are still new in the field. So you got a mission to guarantee the adherence of the law and the norms, the assessment norms, through the assessment of control of evaluation of CS and institution of higher education in favor of ICASIA, and to give a good quality of education. It's also our work to create a quality of higher education through the implementation of accreditation system and assessment of the institution of higher education and other studies in our internal studies to guarantee the quality. I'll present what has been done when it comes to the system of guarantee of the quality. ARIS is an agency that, as said before, is to guarantee the quality of higher education in the country. It's form of digital platform, which is PDR ARIS, that give us a chance to support its principal objectives and to put a system of assessment and accreditation of the institution of higher education and other, to recognize the platform of higher education. So this is to also create a system of guarantee of internal quality. Its work, studies, and to promote institutional culture inside that can guarantee the quality. Act and formality and processment of the evaluation and accreditation of this institution of higher education and other studies are done in a platform that's been registered, which is electronic one, which is being managed by IRIS, where we file all the documents which are important. we got ours that's got 5 models, where 4 of them, 4 of the 5, they give us an assessment and formality of accreditation and evaluation of institutions of higher education and other institutions. I would like to refer that all the institutions of higher education, they've got our office of the quality, where the main points of the coordinators, which are the main points, and the coordinator of the offices have been trained by ARIS in 2019. So when it comes to assessment of the classification of our diplomas is an act that can allow us to know a level of education or a diploma of our education, or foreign higher education, sorry, and which are the objectives on the nature are also inserted in the Cape Verde, who are got a bachelor degree and a diploma. The 5 model, which is the last one of this platform, which has been designed by ARCH-GDE, is managed and it processes all the recognition of diplomas, and which is managed by the model 5. I would like to add that our government in Cape Verde created a global convention of recognition of classification of higher education that has been launched in a law, and at this time we're trying to prepare the ratification by UNESCO. I would like to show all the data which refer to 2019 and 2021, and at the same time are available also in our website. So Cape Verde has got 10 institutions of higher education, being 2 public and 8 private. We got 2. The first one is UniCV and University of Cape Verde and Technical University of Atlantic. They are public, and both of them are, these 3 are public and others are private. In another platform, we also have the data of 2,140 and 22 cycles of learning. And the PDH model is a tool that will facilitate all the mechanisms that facilitate, which are about 200 cycle of education. All the students have been registered by the institution of higher education. We also have 21 process of assessment which have been accessed. In 2021, we accessed 21 cycles of studies, being in 19 of bachelor degree and 2 master degree, and in health, economy, and architecture. So, and finally, we started now in 2022 the assessment, the process of assessment of SNAR. In March, we started our internal assessment, and that will finish on the 30th of this month. And in November, we'll start another external assessment in all the institutions of higher education, with virtual meeting and presential. So now I'll hand over to my colleague Albert that he can present to us in a detailed way of this platform, which was the model 5 of the assessment of the higher education. And I thank you. Thank you. Once again, good morning of all the participants of this webinar. My name is Albert Landi. I'm a technical assessment of foreign diploma in Cape Verde. I would like to be brief in our presentation of our digital platform, and following by, I'll do also another presentation of a process of digitalization of archive history of Cape Verde. So without wasting time, I'll start moving the slides. Our digital platform it's a solution that has been designed by us that allow all these stakeholders to have access and allows different institutions of higher education, allowing them that they can also be a good coordination and they can be available in this platform. So this allow all the stakeholders to have access, online access, sorry, all the process which have been collected, provide data which are related to higher education. Beside that, our digital platform allow to guarantee a better control, a flexibility to resolve or archive the processes. This platform is called 5 model. We got the first one, which is called PDES, which allows all students in the cycle of education. The second one, it's called AVAL, which allow all the documentation or process of the classification of the study, which is in progress. We got another third one, which is called PARS, which allows also the documentation and the process of assessment and accreditation of a cycle of education. We got the fourth one, which is also called AVI, which allows the assessment of institution. And finally, we got the fifth one, which is called RGDES, which is a model which has been designed recently in this platform, and that allows to manage in a formative way all the process related to requests of the recognition of a diploma of foreign diploma. This one, it allows us to document online all the process of assessment of foreign diploma and individual diplomas, and also allow us to organize the documents and online in every part of the lab as long as you got access to internet. Beside that, this model allows us to recognition of these which are automatically online through a confidential code, not a need to be online or to be face-to-face, sorry. Besides that, this model will allow us to get in an automatic way data with a statistic when it comes to the request of education and foreign diploma. And it's also transparent when we try to share the information. Now I'll talk a bit more about our digital process of our history of archive, which has to do with all the process, different process to recognize all the accreditation and foreign diploma since 1976, when we gained independence up to now. The main objective of this digitalization is to transform all the physical process and change them to electronic, allowing to archive all the documents where we guarantee a better security and also safeguard the history of the agency. And we would like to mention that this digitalization of the archive is to stimulate the bureaucracy and administrative modernization. Besides that, it will allow us speed of process, online process with no need to go physically. Now I'll try to demonstrate the ways of our physical document. The first one is agentization of organization of documents, which are physical documents. The second one is a digitalization through a machine with all the physical process. And the third one is we index all the documents which are digitalized, which will be fast and quicker to get the online documents. And the fourth one, and to archive all the process which are digitalized through Sky service that allow us a better security of these documents. And finally, we get a small graph that shows the distribution of all the processes which are digitalized from 1976 and 2021. As you can see, we got 41 CESP, which are digitalized, which is higher education for the professions. We got 13,547 process degree, which is master degrees. we got 3,360 process of post graduation, that is master degrees, postdoctoral, and other specializations. In total, as you can see, we got about 17,000 processes which are digitalized, which are archived in our agency, that we can safeguard the history of the archive for this higher education. With this, I finished in 2021 the long process of digitalization of all physical process, what we've done post freedom up to now. This will finally get to the end of this presentation, and we thank you for the presentation, for your attention. We thank Eduardo to share us, to invite us to share our experience with you, and I thank you. And also, it's also allowed Iris, this www.cv is a digital. Our link is www.iris.co.za.
Okay, so that's where to get some more information. I wish to thank you, Paula and Alberto, for this presentation. I will ask for any questions. Please put on the box for today. I will keep them. We will have some time to just go through the questions. For now, because of time, we're going to just go straight into, but just a recap to just say, this is where all of us should be looking at going. Digitization. I know when you hear 17,000 records, when you're ACQF, you do more than 22,000 records in a year. That's like a drop in the ocean, but that's really where you're going. And it's good. We congratulate Cape Verde for the digitization program. It just ensures that the information is secure and easy to retrieve. So quickly, we go into our session 23. And to take us through this, we have Professor Michael Mawa from Inter-University Council for East Africa. And he will be joining us online. Professor Mawa, are you on and ready to take us through? And he will be looking at the Africa standards and guidelines for quality assurance and their linkages to qualifications frameworks. Professor Mawa, over to you.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and I would like to thank very much Eduardo and the team on the ground for inviting me to participate in this training session. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you in South Africa. Nevertheless, I'm happy that I can join you online. I would like to highlight on the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance and how this important continental quality assurance framework is linked to the African Continental Qualifications Framework and other regional qualifications framework. So that's going to be the focus of my presentation. I am trying to look for support, technical support, to move the slides forward.
Dear Professor Mawa, I think you managed to access the control. You can change the slide by clicking on your arrows or on the mouse.
Okay. I think it's not moving. I've been trying to use the arrows, but it's not moving.
Would you try with your mouse just to see if it works? And then I will take over, no worries.
I think it's not responding. There you are. Thank you very much. So my presentation is going to highlight on the concept of quality assurance, which is a dominant concept over the years. And secondly, I will make a link between the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance to the African Continental Qualifications Framework, with particular emphasis to the referencing process of the ACQF. Third, I will make a linkage between the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance with the East African Qualifications Framework, which is also a regional qualifications framework. Fourthly, I will emphasize on the matter of transparency and trust of qualifications and how these two important instruments, the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance and the Qualifications Framework, are the basis for ensuring trust and transparency of qualifications generally. And then I'll make some concluding remarks. I would like to start by recognizing that over the years, the concept of quality and quality assurance have become very dominant, especially in the education sector. We do know that quality and quality assurance began quite a lot and more often emphasized in the industrial sector, but this concept over the years has gained more prominence in the education sector. The need to ensure quality of the education services has dominated over the years. However, the concept of quality and quality assurance is quite complex, especially within the context of education, because different understandings have been provided to these concepts. For some, quality assurance pays attention to the system. To others, it is concerned about the process of ensuring that quality, but for others, it is about the unit. Regardless of the variations of definitions, we do recognize that there are commonalities in all aspects of the definitions of quality and quality assurance, and these have been contained in a number of instruments, and I would like to highlight the definition of quality, especially in quality assurance frameworks that have been approved. Some of the key definitions that I've picked here is from the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance, which defines quality assurance as a general term for procedures in internal and external quality assurance procedures, including procedures of accreditation, procedures of evaluation, procedures of audit, for both institutions, for programs, and even for systems within the higher education institution, but also within the quality assurance agencies. So this is one important definition or understanding of quality that focuses mainly on the procedures and the processes of accreditation. The second definition, I draw it from the UNESCO Addis Ababa Convention, which defines quality assurance as an ongoing process. And here I underline the fact of ongoing process, by which quality of a higher education system, quality of the institution, or quality of the program is assessed by competent authorities, so that the stakeholders are assured that there are acceptable standards of the education that are being provided, and that the quality is continuously being maintained and enhanced. This, I find it as a very, very useful definition in the understanding of the concept of quality assurance in the higher education. We can underline these key words: an ongoing process, a process of ensuring the quality of our institutions, of our programs, of our systems, and that this can be done through the process of assessment done by competent authorities, so that our stakeholders are satisfied of the provision of the education services that we offer to them. Having given this definition, I would like to turn now to the second component of my presentation, which begins to link the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance with the Continental Qualifications Framework. I want to recognize that the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance is a continental framework, higher education framework, developed to support quality assurance agencies, commissions, councils or authorities that are established at national levels or even at regional levels. And that this is important in ensuring that good practices are established within higher education institutions and the quality assurance agencies. This framework provides guidance to these key stakeholders, especially in the application of standards and guidelines in the higher education sector. The framework also helps in the development of adequate internal quality assurance mechanisms, both for the higher education institutions and also for the quality assurance agencies, that these mechanisms are fit for international best practices. The framework also assists the higher education institutions and the QA agencies in assessing their own quality assurance system. And this can be done through the process of self-assessment, but also can include external assessment of the institution or of the QA agencies so that they can get feedback, external feedback for continuous improvement of the QA system. I just want to highlight that the quality assurance framework is composed of 3 key parts with major focus on the key stakeholders here. The first part is internal quality assurance, which is to be used by the higher education institutions to ensure their own quality, and that the major mechanism for ensuring their own quality is the mechanism of self-assessment. And this is for the purpose of internal self-improvement, internal quality enhancement within the higher education institution. The second part of this framework is the external quality assurance framework, which is to be used by the quality assurance agencies. And this particular component of this framework provides for the audits, to do audits of institutions, to do audits of programs, and these processes could lead to accreditation of both programs and of the institutions that are regulated by the quality assurance agencies. The last part of this framework is the part that guides quality assurance agencies. And this is a framework that can be used by the quality assurance agencies to ensure their own quality by carrying out internal self-assessment of their system, of their activities, of their procedures, of their policies. And also it supports the quality assurance agency to invite external peers to be able to also provide feedback to the quality assurance agency on its system. So briefly, these are the 3 parts of the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance. You may have access to this full document so that you can be able to read in detail the standards that are provided and the specific guidelines that are provided therein. Having briefly introduced the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance, I would like now to make the link between the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance and the African Continental Qualifications Framework. And I want to begin by saying that a good starting point in making linkage between these 2 important continental higher education frameworks is to reflect on the purposes for which these instruments were established, or the objectives for which these 2 continental frameworks were established. And that will help us to see the commonalities or the common elements between these 2 frameworks, but also to see the focus of each of these frameworks. Moreover, the African Continental Qualifications Framework is underpinned by quality assurance. And I would like to emphasize this slightly later, that the African Continental Qualifications Framework is actually underpinned by quality assurance principles, by quality assurance standards, and by quality assurance guidelines. And so That in itself makes the linkage between the QA framework and the qualifications framework very much closely linked to each other. We can call them their sisters or brothers of ensuring quality or of enhancing quality or of harmonizing quality within the African continent. So let me just highlight some of the key elements, the purposes and objectives of these two frameworks. And first, the purposes of the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance. This instrument, as I said, develops member states, particularly to have a common frame and understanding of the quality assurance system. Quality assurance system for teaching, for learning, so that all stakeholders within the continent can be able to be guaranteed of the quality of education. So it's a common framework, and I want to emphasize that. Two, it has been developed to provide mutual trust, to facilitate recognition of students and the human resources. Again, I want to emphasize here that this framework, the quality assurance framework, has been developed to support mutual trust, to facilitate recognition of qualifications, and to facilitate mobility of students and of workers. I also want to emphasize indeed that this framework has been developed to promote transparency and accountability. Once the higher education institutions and the quality assurance agencies have developed their own system and framework, then it must be transparently seen, and that system should be able to speak to the general stakeholders in terms of accountability. So it's a useful framework that gives accountability of the higher education institution and of the quality assurance agency. And lastly, I want to emphasize that this framework has been developed to promote international competitiveness, because the standards and the guidelines that have been established there are to enable higher education institutions and quality assurance agencies to develop a system that can be compared with international systems and that can be competitive enough to the international system, because best practices are drawn from all these standards and guidelines. So having highlighted the key elements in the purpose of the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance, I would like to similarly highlight some of the common key elements in the objectives of the African Continental Qualifications Framework. And you will see for yourself the linkage actually between the purpose of the QA framework and the objectives of the qualifications framework. One, that this qualifications framework has been developed to support comparability, to support quality, and to support transparency of the qualifications that are attained within the African higher education system. We want to compare, we want to ensure quality, but also we want to be transparent when we establish and implement the Continental Qualifications Framework. Two is to facilitate validation of learning from different contexts, and particularly contributing to recognition of these various qualifications obtained within the different contexts of the higher education systems in Africa. So this, again, you can see the emphasis here is recognition of qualifications. And also it supports mobility of learners, mobility of workers, and mobility of services. Again, the emphasis here is that this framework, similarly to the African Quality Assurance Framework, facilitates mobility of learners and workers. We can then make a quick comparison between these two frameworks, the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance and the African Continental Qualifications Framework. One is that these are both common frameworks. common framework for understanding quality, a common framework for understanding qualifications. 2, this framework facilitates recognition of qualifications, and indeed both of them do facilitate that particular process. And 3, it facilitates mobility of both students and workers of human resources. And you can see that both frameworks do facilitate that. By its conception, by its objective or purpose, they are intended to facilitate that particular process. And 4, they are established to promote transparency and accountability. Indeed, both frameworks speak to the fact that we need to have a system that is transparent, that is accountable, so that the general stakeholders are assured of the qualifications and the quality of qualifications that are attained within our higher education system. And lastly, that these 2 frameworks facilitate mutual trust. Once we have a transparent and accountable system, then mutual trust is established. I am glad that during this training, the issue of transparency, the issue of mutual trust, and the issue of quality has been emphasized throughout the training. So I am adding to what has already been highlighted in the various presentations in the previous days. I would like to now emphasize the fact that the African Continental Qualifications Framework is underpinned by quality assurance. And this has been very much emphasized within the framework itself, that quality assurance is fundamental for trust in qualifications, and therefore a quality assurance system, a quality assurance mechanism must be in place so that that trust and that confidence is built. And quality assurance is particularly the subject of criteria 4 of the referencing system of the African Continental Qualifications Framework. And I want to quickly highlight this referencing framework for both national qualifications framework or systems. That the African Continental Qualifications Framework is a useful referencing framework. And this process particularly facilitates transparency, self-assessment, and continuous improvement. The referencing criteria provide for a framework for comparing between countries, one country to another, and between one region to another. And this, of course, opens up an analytical process which will result to robustness of our higher education system and trust in the qualifications that are attained within the system. The referencing of the National Qualifications Framework to the Continental Qualifications Framework is a useful measure, indeed, of quality of the national qualifications. Because this framework must address the qualifications quality chain from the point of design of standards through the process of teaching, learning, assessment to the last point of certification of the qualification. So it's a very important mechanism of ensuring quality throughout this qualifications chain. It also addresses the application of the learning outcome approach. This framework, as a quality assurance link, emphasizes the outcome approach, which has been emphasized almost throughout within the framework. It includes a feedback instrument, and we know that in quality assurance, feedback is extremely important for the process of continuous quality improvement. We cannot improve continuously if we do not have a strong system of feedback. And this framework really guarantees that. And the quality assurance system embedded in this framework provides for this mechanism of feedback. It addresses both internal and external quality assurance processes, including regular reviews or assessment of the quality assurance agencies. And this is a very important, actually, and is linked very strongly with the African Quality Assurance Framework. that we have just outlined earlier on. And it's based on measurable objectives, standards, and guidelines. We have seen that the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance has specific standards and have specific guidelines. And these standards and guidelines are also linked to the continental qualifications framework. But lastly, and more importantly, this framework takes account of African Union policies that have been adopted over time, such as the what I've mentioned, the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance, but also other policies, including the African Continental Education Strategy. And of course, Agenda 2063, which is a very important document guiding the African continental development process. I would now like to introduce a new framework, the East African Higher Education Qualifications Framework. And I want to draw the linkage between this particular regional framework with the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance. The East African Qualifications Framework for Higher Education, like the African Continental Qualifications Framework, is an overarching regional framework developed to provide a set of qualifications framework policies, objectives, and guidelines for higher education institutions and for the quality assurance agencies in the region to establish national systems that will allow comparability of qualifications attained within the East African community. There are many policies that have been defined in this East African Qualifications Framework for Higher Education, but one of these important policies is the policy on qualifications issuance. This policy particularly provides a means for protecting qualifications. And one of the major means of protecting qualifications as underpinned in this policy is the quality assurance arrangement. The policy clearly emphasizes that the protection of qualifications issued within the East African community must be anchored on quality assurance arrangements. And the East African community over the years has developed a number of regional quality assurance frameworks around which all higher education institutions and all national councils and commissions for higher education develop their own national quality assurance frameworks. And these arrangements are intended to protect the quality of qualifications that are issued within the East African region. So I just want to emphasize that just like the African Continental Qualifications Framework, the East African Qualifications Framework for Higher Education emphasizes the need to establish robust internal and external quality assurance and to guarantee the quality qualification within the region. The second element that I want to make a comparison between the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance and the East African Qualifications Framework for Higher Education is one of the policies in this document, which is particularly focused on program benchmarks. And I draw a linkage between Standard 7 and Standard 8 of the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance with Annex 5 of the East African Qualifications Framework. Standard 7 of the Continental Quality Assurance Framework provides for standards and guidelines for design, approval, monitoring, and evaluation of study programs. Very comprehensive. So higher education institutions are required here to develop systems, internal systems that ensure quality in the design, in the development, in the implementation, in the monitoring and evaluation of the study programs that are designed within here. And one of the key emphasis here is that they must be learning outcome based and must also involve consultative process of the key stakeholders, and that it must also pay attention to the learners. So these are very important components in the standard. Similarly, Standard 8, which provides guidelines on teaching, learning, and assessment, emphasizes the need for higher education institutions to put in place policies and procedures that will promote learning and acquisition of appropriate knowledge, competencies, and skills. So these are very important components. And within these two standards in the African Quality Assurance Framework, for the East African Qualifications Framework, under Annex 5, the emphasis on program benchmarking is provided, a comprehensive policy, which is a useful policy for program development and review, and it requires that benchmarks must set out the expected attributes and competencies of graduates in terms of the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that graduates will be able to attain in a particular study program. The policy also requires that benchmarks should define the nature and extent of the program content, the teaching and the learning, as well as the assessment mechanisms. So again, as you can see with Standard 6, 7, and Standard 8 of the African Quality Assurance Framework, the emphasis within the East African Qualifications Framework is also on the competence-based, the outcome-based teaching, learning, and assessment. And the policy also requires that benchmarks must define clearly the expected learning outcomes. So it is an outcome-based framework that recognizes competencies to be attained at the end of the learning process. So I have made this deliberate reference between the two instruments because I see is a very strong linkage. And these particularly are very core for higher education institutions because one of the major functions of higher education institutions is in regards to teaching, learning, and assessment. So having said that, I want to now to conclude, to bring us to a conclusion by emphasizing again that the African standards and guidelines, as well as qualifications framework, are established as basis for transparency and for trust in the qualifications that we issue. I think I will not emphasize enough because this has been a subject of this entire training. Transparency and trust of qualifications is important, especially in the context of widespread international learning context, international labor mobility, and in the context of rapid transformation within the education system. So it is important that we pay attention to the issue of transparency and trust. And this transparency and trust, we have said again and again, is built and anchored on quality assurance systems. So quality assurance frameworks increase our level of transparency. It helps to increase our level of accountability. And in doing that, we contribute in building trust in the kind of qualifications that we issue and also the quality of the learning that we provide to our learners. Such trust in learning outcome, in turn, is based on the trust in the quality assurance that we establish, both at the institutional level, but also at the quality assurance agency level. And I want to conclude by emphasizing once more that the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance and the African continental qualifications framework, as well as other regional qualifications frameworks, including the East African qualifications framework for higher education, are very important educational frameworks. designed to guide educational stakeholders. And I will emphasize here particularly the stakeholders of higher education institutions and also the regulatory agencies in defining the quality of qualifications that are issued within our higher education area. These frameworks are important, as I've said, in making comparison of our quality assurance system and therefore in ensuring the quality of the qualifications. And we said it promotes transparency and accountability, especially in the provision of education services, and of course, of the qualifications attained therein. And it facilitates mobility, and therefore we need to pay attention to the linkage between these two continental frameworks, because it facilitates mobility, not only of learners, but also of the labor force. And that, of course, enhances the integration agenda of the African Union, the integration agenda of the sub-regional bodies in Africa, including the East African community. We pay attention to this subject because it is one of the elements in which we promote integration within our East African region. And I'm sure this is contributing greatly to African continental integration agenda. And I want to note that the African Continental Qualifications Framework has a different scope to that of the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance, but still the two are linked to one another. Although the scope may be different, but they are closely linked to one another. Particularly, the African Continental Qualifications Framework pays a lot of attention to lifelong learning oriented process, and that is very important, especially in enhancing wider access to education services to all categories of persons. And this, of course, also provides a framework for recognition of prior learning. I want to emphasize lastly that national as well as regional authorities need to keep in constant reminder that there is a complementarity between these two frameworks. And as we develop our national systems, as we develop our national frameworks, we need to pay attention to both the continental and also the regional quality assurance frameworks, as well as the qualifications framework, because these two help to reinforce a system that will guarantee the quality of the qualifications attained within our common higher education area. I want to thank you very much for listening, and I will be happy to respond to your questions, comments, and any observations. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mawa. Very insightful presentation there. We really appreciate. And as you were speaking, it was very good and very exciting to see how you nicely brought out the link between the ACQF and the Continental Qualifications Framework. I think it's good to note the issue of it being a common framework, speaking to mutual trust, on issues of recognition and mobility, basically the basis on which recognition of qualification is anchored on, and looking at transparency and accountability. Interesting also to talk about the East Africa Qualifications Framework on higher education. I think we all ask and would like to know, going forward, what is East Africa thinking about a comprehensive qualifications framework? Because as you know, the links that you are making are to do with a comprehensive look of our education system. Where is schooling? Where is TVET in as far as East Africa is concerned? We will take very quick questions. We have just about 5 minutes. So I think in responding, Prof, it would be good for you to be quick. But one in the chat box that we have from Juba, Emmanuel Boy, he's basically, which country is that from? South Sudan, yeah, from South Sudan. Is if you could explain for us quickly the link between quality assurance and assessment. Professor, over to you. And maybe just a comment on my question on a comprehensive East Africa qualifications framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these useful questions. First, what is East African community thinking about a comprehensive qualifications framework? Yes, which includes other important components of the education sector. I want to inform the participants that already we have adopted an East African qualifications framework for TVET. This is the most recent instrument which has been adopted. It has been built around the experience of 3 countries, Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia. So it is a framework which has been adopted for Eastern Africa, not East Africa, Eastern Africa. And this is a very useful development within the region. But also we are in the process of the development of a comprehensive qualifications framework that covers all the other levels of education. Although the current framework for higher education already provides the general other levels of education. So it's not only focusing on higher education, but also it has briefly highlighted on the basic and as well as secondary levels of education as such. The question from the colleague from South Sudan on the relationship between quality assurance and assessment. I just want to tell my brother there that I am actually sitting in Juba at the moment in South Sudan. I came here since Monday. Again, talking about qualifications framework for the region, and we had a very interesting stakeholder discussion in the last 3 days with the higher education sector in South Sudan. There is a very strong linkage between quality assurance and assessment. I'm not sure whether I understood you well in regards to assessment of institutions, of program, or assessment of students. But let me assume that you are referring to all these, that first of all, quality assurance assessment is an important mechanism of quality assurance. It is a mechanism by which institutions ensure quality. It is a mechanism in which instructors or teachers or facilitators ensure the quality of the learning process, if it is assessment of students, and if it is based on the learning outcome. If it is assessment of program, again, the quality assurance mechanism is an important mechanism for ensuring the quality of the program through both self-assessment as well as external assessment. I hope I have responded to your query, but I just want to emphasize that assessment in itself is an important mechanism of ensuring quality at whatever level, whether at the level of the learning process or at the level of the program or at the level of the institution. It is an important quality assurance mechanism of ensuring. The outcome of an assessment provides feedback, identifying clearly the gaps, and of course, providing mechanism for continuous improvement in the process or in the system or in the institution or in the examination itself, if it is to do with the assessment of students. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof, we'll take just one question on the floor from Abdul from Senegal. The next questions, Prof, I'm sure you're with us today. So we will be able to ask as we go, because just on account of time, so that we can get the next presentation from Andrea done. Very quickly, Abdul.
Bonjour, Professor Mawa. Moi, je voulais juste compléter.
Greetings, Prof. Mawa, and I'd like to say we have a key project for dissemination that is coordinated by a committee whose members are here. We got Dr. Bagoma, myself, that is concerning 6 French and 6 Portuguese-speaking countries. And that's very important because we're going to share the report with all the networks in all the countries and internationally, so that the dynamics of harmonizing the quality that is in ongoing. So the issue is to share the information for people to have the same information. Now, when it comes to quality assurance, I'd like to hear more from you, Prof, on what are the trends on quality assurance following the pandemic, and what the regions are doing to respond to this issue linked to the pandemic. Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please, under a minute.
Okay, thank you very
If you
much.
can.
Thank you, Abdul, for that comment, particularly on the quality assurance networks in the different African continental regions. And I'm looking forward to the sharing that will come in the next 10 days in Dar es Salaam from the different 3 networks. And I'm glad that the president of the East African Quality Assurance Network, Dr. Baguma, is there with you. And we are looking forward to this sharing. The question that you have asked about quality assurance in the context of COVID is quite a very broad question, and it requires sufficient time really to respond. But I should note that COVID brought in new dynamics and new challenges in the ensuring of quality in the higher education system. And one of the key components is ensuring quality of teaching and learning remotely. So how do we engage remotely in ensuring quality? We have been used to ensuring quality within the context of a campus, within the context of an institution located within a particular location. But now we are talking about education service provided broadly and remotely. So indeed, it's a challenge, and many higher education institutions and quality assurance agencies have developed mechanisms of ensuring quality beyond the physical location to virtual experience, including assessments that are conducted also virtually by the quality assurance agencies to ensure quality of the higher education institutions using virtual means and using remote processes. I thank you, and I said this is a very broad question and it requires sufficient time to respond to it comprehensively. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And you've done some justice, but I can still indicate that we will give you some more time to address these questions as soon as we get to the Q&A session. So for those that have questions right now, I know some of you have got gray hair like me, which is hidden. Please write on your notepads and put it there on your board so that you don't forget, because if I don't write, I forget. So please write. We will have some time when we can go through this. Eduardo?
We wanted just to spot meeting room Juba.
Oh!
All the colleagues from South Sudan participating from meeting room Juba. Thanks.
Meeting room in Juba, we spot you. Let's give a hand clap for them. Thank you for joining us out there. So we continue on our journey in quality assurance. And now, as we say thank you to Professor Mawa, we now turn to our colleague Andrea, who is also joining us online from Australia. And she will take us through quality assurance in a systemic perspective and linkages with the NQF. So she will take us through that. She's a serious expert in this. So let's pay attention. Keep those questions coming. Please keep putting them on the board. And I'm sure, I hope some of them will be answered as Andrea takes us through this. Andrea, over to you. And good morning.
Thank you. I'm just trying to go backwards a couple of slides, but I might have to ask Erica just to go back 2 slides to the start. Thank you very much. I was testing it. Hi, everybody. I've been sitting in Australia for the last four days watching this with great interest. It's been fantastic. So thank you. So I'll just move on as quick as I can and we'll get started. So, I've done it again. But basically the topics we're going to cover is around quality assurance. We're going to look at the national level, thank you, and the regional level. And you can see the national level, there's a fair amount of detail there. But I think it's worthwhile unpicking it because everybody looks at quality assurance differently. But if you can kind of unpick the functions, then you can make a decision how you want to design your qualification system. And I think that's probably the best way of describing it. I am now trying to click the next slide. Yes. So basically it's 2 guidelines and 2 modules that cover this area. Module 5 covers it at regional, continental level, and guideline 10 and training module 10 looks at the national level. So basically we're going to quickly, you've seen this before, I know you have, but we're going to cover this section here. And as Edward has been showing you every morning, the bits that we're eating from the pie, and we're going to eat most of the pie this week. So when we talk about linkages to the NQF, you heard me say on Monday that the strength of an NQF comes with its linkages. And the stronger it's linked to its other strategies and functions and quality assurance, therefore it doesn't hide in the filing cabinet. And broadly speaking, I broke this down in Guide 10 and Module 10 into national or international initiatives, government governance, which Eduardo spoke about this morning, and the quality assurance arrangements. And I've just put very simply 3 dot points, and we'll be looking at these today. How you quality assure qualifications, providers and their programs, and the registers and the databases, which I'm not going to go into because I know it's already been covered. You may have remembered me talking about a qualification system at the start on Monday about it is the system that incorporates everything that we do to build that trust that we were talking about in the last presentation and the transparency. And in there, along with its quality assurance and other initiatives, is an explicit, or as we've said before, an implicit framework. And the people who are wanting to develop a national qualifications framework are wanting to make it explicit. But generally speaking, all countries who, even if a provider individually is delivering a qualification of some sort, that's an implicit framework. So that's the definition around qualifications. So qualification is seen as the outcome of the assessment and the learning process and the validation. And I see it as a specification, a document that specifies the story of the qualification and how that then meets the NQF. This is a new definition because I'm differentiating between the word qualification and program. And countries will vary in this definition and countries will merge the 2 definitions. Qualification is a program. I'm separating them for this purpose of the conversation today. And a program for me is what the provider designs to meet that specification. So for example, if there was 10 core units within the qualification and 15 electives, but I only need 5. What does that provider offer? In what order do they offer it? In what modality do they offer it? How many lecture hours or practical workshop hours do they allocate? How do they work that all out? And that's what I see as the program, as opposed to the specifications of the learning outcomes and other information. So just hold with me there, because we'll get to it later. So when we talk about quality assurance, there are multiple levels and multiple perspectives. And I was really lovely to see in the last presentation at least 2 definitions of what may be quality assurance. But they do emphasize different concepts and dimensions. And I think it's just worth saying that. I think along with defining your NQF and what a qualification means and what a credit means, it's also good to be really clear about what you mean by quality assurance within your qualifications system. And there's a raft of definitions. This is the UNESCO one that was written for TVET. And so it has that whole TVET slate, of course, about TVET institutions. It also talks about under the remit of a responsible body. So it's assuming a centralized quality assurance system. But again, it's about confidence and trust. So that comes up in that definition. We also have the UNESCO Global Convention on Recognition, talking about what is quality assurance. We've also, as we've just heard, a definition from the African Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance. So be aware that there is multiple definitions. And within TVET and in higher ed, there are variances. But this one is an ETF definition and clarification. And it's saying it's about quality improvement and quality assurance. It's about policies and approaches. And it talks about making a quality assurance system fit for purpose. We have a saying in Australia, you don't want to build something bigger than Texas if you can't deliver it over a period of time. So you need to build a quality assurance system that you can manage and is sustainable. And it may change and morph over time. But I quite often see people saying, oh, I want that system. And that may be not attainable and not sustainable. So I think that idea of fit for purpose and the context in the country in which you're in is extremely important when you build a quality assurance system. This is a very simple definition. It's one of the oldest papers around regional qualification frameworks. And it's just very simply saying, this is basically what it's about. It's about your policies and processes to ensure that certain standards are met. This talk about transparency and trust that came up in the last presentation, I've actually covered as well, but it's very much around why do we do this? Why do we want to build trust and transparency? And again, it's for that student and labour mobility. It's also for employers, for students. They want to know that the qualification that they pay for, usually to a provider, is going to be worth something. And they want to understand their qualifications. So it has transparency and trust is multi-layered across your whole society, in my view, and internationally. And it is a range of measures. And having worked in quality assurance in Australia for over 30 years, one of the things I've learned very quickly is that trust can be lost very quickly. And it takes a lot of time to regain trust, either locally or internationally. So it's really important when you set up a quality assurance system that you know that it can be managed. There needs to be trust in those learning outcomes, trust in the quality of the institution, and trust in the graduates that come through. And there are system levels and there are provider levels. And they are, I guess we're all in it together. And I think that's an important point. Just very quickly, looking at the regional level, quality assurance can be at different levels. And I'll just bring these on as quickly as I can. And generally speaking, there are different types of documentation. And this is just a very quick overview. But generally speaking, at regional levels, there's the regional framework itself, qualifications framework, and a set of standards or guidelines or understandings, quite often and sometimes criteria. And there's conventions. So there's a different language there. At a national level, we have a lot of systems, policy documents, procedures, etc. And we have it also at provider level. These are a very short summary at this point in time in terms of what documents are here. But you can see at system level, at the national level, that's where we're sort of focusing our attention at this point in time. And I think it's still worthwhile just using this as a bit of a summary, and of course, the agency. As I said, there may be multiple agencies, and there may be one, depending on your qualification system. We've got at the regional level, so just moving on, at the regional level, we all know what we have here. We have a regional qualifications framework. This is about being able to compare your qualifications to another country in this particular region. So it's about comparability, it's about transparency as well, and understanding. And I think that's really an important point, because at regional level, which we've just heard from the last presentation, these two things go in sync. As you know, that's a familiar picture for you, and so is this one. So I'll just move on. And so is this one. This is the comparability discussion that we had earlier in the week. But we do have quality assurance frameworks, and these are only some. So all bar the last one are all what are determined as quality assurance frameworks. And of course, the ACQF, like the European qualifications framework, has a referencing criteria and links to quality assurance understanding. So, but these ones sometimes stand alone. For example, the ASEAN is a standalone quality assurance framework, which links to the ASEAN regional qualifications framework. So they are in sync together. And there are more than this if you search. But these are just a few to show you that there are regional understandings as well around what is quality assurance. And in my experience, it is excellent in building trust, because everybody starts to agree on what they believe is quality, or what quality might look like. And I think that's really important. And I'm not going to go into too much because of the last presentation, but you do have the African Standards and Guidelines, which looks at IQA, internal quality assurance, external quality assurance, and quality assurance of the agencies. And again, you have seen these before, which is very clear. And I know we have Colleen in the room who could probably recite these in her sleep, but we do have the referencing criteria number 4, which links us to this notion of quality assurance. So I'm not going to go into what referencing looks like, but in this particular point, it is about countries explaining and considering and reflecting on their quality assurance system against these key principles. And of course, this is part of the principles from criterion 4, which I know you will cover in far more detail than I am going to cover here. In terms of quality assurance of the ACQF, and I think Eduardo has already showed this as well, it's based on a range of information. It's based on international concepts. It complements what's happening within national and regional systems. It's consistent with the African Union policies. It addresses qualifications and levels of modality and learning. It covers, it's a lifelong learning qualifications framework, and it looks at quality assurance again. So if we start thinking about what about national? Okay, so generally speaking, quality assurance at national level and anywhere really is really embedded within continuous improvement principles. Depending on the type of authority, their level of control, what I call control of their system, will vary. And sometimes it varies because of legislation and the context in which it's being played out. But generally speaking, regional and national will look at what we call a PDCA cycle. Now, I just want to unpack this now for you, because if we look at quality assurance at national level, there's two key and broad focuses. Actually, I'm just trying to separate them into two notions now. Notion one is quality assurance of qualifications as they are designed. So I'm thinking in my head, what I call the specifications, the document that tells me how many core, how many electives, what options or streams might I have, each what I call a component or a unit, it could be a module, how the learning, how the learning outcomes are documented. Are there assessment criteria? Is there advice on assessment within that module, in that component? And that is the specifications. And there may be other rules that apply. And we'll go into that. On the right-hand side, on the item 2, we have what I call how qualifications are provided. So that's looking at the provision of the qualifications, and so that whether the graduates have achieved those learning outcomes. So it includes learning, assessment, and certification. Certification can vary, and you saw in the slides from Eduardo earlier this morning, who issues the qualification can be a critical question within a system. In my country, it's the provider. In other countries, it's maybe the ministry, it may be the authority, it may vary. And that is an important area, which we'll go into. Module 5, which is the ACQF linkage here, talks about minimum criteria for qualifications. They talk about there being 4 key dimensions. And you've heard about the quality chain already today. But just focusing on item 2, the minimum criteria is here, and they look at the relevance of the labour market. They look at standards behind the qualification, the learning process, the assessment and certification, and process. Okay, and the labour market, of course, and the research at the top. And it's in a cycle because no qualification stands forever. At some point in time, between usually 5 to 7 years, they go under review because qualifications need to be updated, things change, needs change. So the specifications need to change to make sure they're up to date. So when we talk about national level, if you noticed, I mentioned before external quality assurance and internal quality assurance. And this particularly begins to play out at national level. And at national level, we can talk about external being what does that responsible body do around quality assuring the qualifications and the provision of those qualifications. They're usually based on standards or rules. There's usually monitoring and evaluation, including provider review or audit. And depending on what country you're in, audit has a specific meaning, review has a specific meaning. So even unpacking that in relationship to continuous improvement is an important aspect, I think, of a responsible body. And then I talk about the locus of control. The control sits with the responsible body, but they may devolve it. So in some systems, you will have a responsible body, but they allow, for example, universities to take on some of the responsibilities. However, usually speaking, under legislation, the responsible body is usually a centralised or a quality assurance agency. So going to this development of qualifications, what do? Aim is to build trust, yes. We've got regulations and rules, yes. I want you to think about what you have in your country around the formulation of that specification. how is it done, what processes are required, will all be devised by the responsible body in consultation with their stakeholders. And I don't think it ever happens without consultation. And obviously it will vary. The process for development usually requires some sort of endorsement from a sectoral or professional body, if there is one. It may require consultation of a range of stakeholders, and it may require international peer review, and some require benchmarking against other university qualifications. So the responsible body needs to think of a process. What do they want? And I just picked up a couple of the first two steps of the tuning project. So this is discussed in training module 10. But is there a need for qualification? And I don't always think there is an industry professional need. We have community and social needs as well. And that should not be lost in the conversation. And is there enough interest to develop qualifications and quality assure them? Because if there's not enough interest, then your energies usually in an agency can be very, very complex, and you may not want to waste time on qualifications that nobody's actually enrolling in. And that's something you need to reflect on, particularly in review cycles. I've picked up two examples from Botswana and Cape Verde. And you can see there's particular steps. Botswana talks about identifying the need. Cape Verde talks about sector studies and defining the features. With Botswana, we've got stakeholder consultation. I think they've just unpacked this a little bit more in steps, but I think they're embedded in Cape Verde's as well. Stakeholder consultation, identifying relevant standards, getting a development team together, establishing stakeholder support. On the other side, we have Cape Verde establishing a sector council and elaborating from there. And so it's interesting to look at different models of process. And quite often those processes vary within TVET as in higher education. To me, Cape Verde, well, both of them actually are very familiar to me because in my processes. When I talk about this specification, I'm also talking about this, what that might look like. And so in the guide and the module, we've unpacked that into, well, what might be the heading? What might be the sections? And starting simply with the title and its purpose and its linkages maybe to occupations or whatever, what level it is on your NQF, which we're going to discuss in a minute, the number of credits or the volume of learning measure that you're using, approval dates and a code. If there's institutions who may be the one in ownership or whoever's developed it, expiry and renewal dates. Outcome, what is the outcome of the qualification? Is there any requirements around recognition of prior learning or any limitations, for example? Same with credit transfer, which is 9. What I call completion rules? In my country, we call them something else, but internationally, I call them completion rules. What do you have to do to be able to get that qualification? Possible delivery methods and assessment methods, any resources that may be required, how it will be reviewed within its review cycle, the list of the modules of units or whatever, and then the actual module specifications. So that's the way I view a qualification specification. And it's not dissimilar to some of the other countries that I've looked at when I picked up a number of countries in Africa, very similar. Some are based in legislation, some are based in policy, and some have templates which basically cover these areas. And the credit point there, and I know I'm likening this to a conversation around volume of learning, is an estimation given those specifications down in 15. So it relates to the specification, a broad estimate given an average student who doesn't have a background in the area. So if we have RPL or other modalities, RPL will be less time, obviously, naturally. But this is the calculation of the number of credits is usually linked to 15 on this list. It's a broad brushed estimate. If I have to teach this student, how much time do I need? How much time do they need to practice? How much assessment time do they need? If I'm online with them and not face-to-face, my program in my provider may take longer. So this is credit points relates specifically to 15 in the specifications. You may need more, you may need less, depending on your cohort, your type of delivery, and if RPL is applicable. So I just thought I'd make that link for you here for the people who asked that question. One of the most interesting, I think, points within developing the qualification is how do you determine what it is. And what I mean is it a bachelor? How does it become a bachelor? Is it a bachelor because you said so in the specification? Or how do you determine that? And countries do this very, very differently. And there's no right way, and I don't think there's a wrong way. But I think we need to understand how we do it and how that can be teased out either in your NQF document, which it doesn't need to be, but for me, it usually ends up in the accreditation, the approval of the qualifications process in that sort of policy documentation. But there are different factors. Some people call it leveling, some people call it aligning. It may vary in terminology, but generally speaking, there are two big broad approaches, and one I call best fit and the one I call a credit-based approach. And they're on a scale here. I've put them on a continuum because I'm not convinced there's anybody necessarily totally down the end or totally that way. I think we're all somewhere in the middle, but you can see this. So on the right-hand side, we can talk about a credit-based approach. So if we say that the qualification overall is 120 credit points, and let's say that's an academic year, just go with me. You may decide, just broadly speaking, that's what you need to see, or you may require in your specification document each unit or each component to have a credit value attached to it. And so therefore it becomes a formula. And we often do this, what we call a rate. And there are multiple examples around the world on guidance on rating activities if anybody's interested. But usually there's an expert panel and they make these estimates. But it's not always a numbers game, and I'll look at that in a minute. On the left-hand side, there's a notion of looking at the whole qualification, the completion rules, the units required in that completion rule, and saying, does the outcome, does the purpose and the outcome and what I read in my components give me confidence that it is a bachelor? And it's what we call a concept of best fit. It's based on an approximation and an agreement, professional judgment. And I live in a country that does exactly that. So what else can affect it? You may have a formula and you may have this best fit, but sometimes other things get in the way. International factors. What does a medical degree look like in other countries? Do I need to consider that? Does something have to happen? What is the regional framework telling us? What are other national frameworks within our region telling us? And we may have labour laws. We may have tradition, historical or labour understanding, social understandings that says a qualification for a particular occupation is usually this. And sometimes that can affect either the credit-based approach or the best fit approach. It doesn't happen necessarily in isolation. And I think you need to be clear about those in your understandings. But for me, this particular step within qualification systems is particularly interesting. Lesotho has exactly one of these examples. And this is the one I found and pulled this apart a little bit just to show you that they do determine the complexity of the qual by looking at the outcomes, and they do consider, when they do rate, such things as formal teaching, practical work, activities, research, private study, self-directed time, informal learning, reflection, and assessment. And as I said, this is a particularly interesting area because how you determine the credit value is defined by what I'm seeing in the right-hand box for Lesotho. In other countries, it's not the same. They may exclude certain things, like example, informal learning activities or self-directed time. So it will vary. So being able to understand the parameters of how you're going to determine this process is interesting. So that's just one example in the region. So just moving on, the approval of the qualification will change, depending on who's doing it and the legislative context. If it's a centralised process, it's usually the authority. It could be a national committee. It could be a range of things. Generally speaking, the responsible bodies uses checklists or forms. And when I wrote Guide 10 and Module 10, I had to become as familiar as I could with your qualification system. And some of you even have forms within your legislation or checklists. And some of them had them in policy. So you will find it. Self-accrediting providers, which in some countries may be usually universities, should replicate what the responsible body is doing for the others. And I think quite often that, again, is historical. But my view is that every university who has, I say universities because in one country, universities have their own act and they are self-accrediting under the act. So they must have a replicating process to the authority. However, the act, the national act, overrides the university act if it needs to. Meaning that the control rests at the end of the day with the responsible authority. And then we've got this review process. And I was really pleased to see the other day from CEDAFOP when they were talking about the review of frameworks, and they talked about a spiral, because I think that is the concept. It's not necessarily circular, it's spiral, because every time you review a qualification, you'll improve it, it'll up to date, and it'll then go into an improvement process. And I think that spiral is a good way of looking at review and renewal of qualifications as well. And you will review a qualification if you're what I call a qualification developer. And you will see that you need to be able to analyse the market. You need to be able to look forward. What is anticipated in my country? What are the needs in my country? I'm working with a country right now where, yes, they don't have air-conditioned cars and they don't have electronic cars, highly specialised cars that need a whole stack of electronics. So their automotive qualification needs to focus on what is possible, but maybe take them a couple of steps forward, but not too many steps forward, because knowing in the cycle, you'll change that as things evolve. There's engagement and feedback from stakeholders, so that will vary. If, in some countries where we have what we call national qualifications and TVET, it may be national consultation, but it may be smaller if I'm a provider, developer and qualification for a particular company or enterprise that I have a relationship with. Data feedback. What are your graduates doing? Where are they? Were employers satisfied? So that's some of the things that you need to think about when you design a qualification, is how you're going to review it, how you're going to collect that data. And in Australia at the national level in TVET, if we don't have enrolments in those particular qualifications, we start reflecting on whether they'll be removed from the system. That's just a comment. But the whole process for renewal will usually replicates the initial development. So we just want to jump onto that second piece. And this is really important because now we're talking about the design of the specification has been approved. And now we need to make sure that the provider who wants to deliver this qualification can do it. And this is where most countries will vary in their thinking. And this is where we start to talk about program versus qualification. So the qualification specification has been approved. It's a bachelor. It's a Bachelor of Economics, for example. Now, a provider wants to deliver it. They need to seek approval to deliver or provide that qualification. And what are the common themes? Well, usually speaking, we have two breakdowns in themes. We have the institutional level. Do you have governance, academic governance as well as institutional? Do you have financial sustainability? Do you have data management and certification processes? What's your quality assurance look like? How are you doing that? How will you support the learners? What is your program delivery capability? And this is the next one. What do I mean by that? This is where the provider needs to say, yes, we can deliver this, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to deliver these components or these units over 2 years. We have these teachers, we have these facilities, we have these learning materials, we have these libraries, resources, we've got assessments. Our educators are qualified, they've got background in training or teaching or education or whatever. They're also a specialist in their field, whatever that might be. And therefore, this is about capability of the provider. And depending on your country's system, you may merge this particular area, program approval to deliver, with the approval of the qualification specification. But in fact, they're actually two separate things. They may be merged in your processes, but they're actually two separate things. And this is particularly becomes relevant when you're talking about TVET qualifications, national. So there's one qualification and all the providers deliver it. This step becomes quite clear. It's not always clear if it's not, but that's where it comes to the front. So getting onto this notion of external and internal. External will include what we've just discussed, if the control rests with the authority, plus much more system-wide activity. So the first dot point is really pertaining to what we just spoke about. But you may also have things like validation of assessment processes, or you may have checks on certification, on graduation processes. How does the student complete the qualification? How is that determined? How does the graduation occur? There's monitoring of that, which could be with the provider, it could be with the authority. Plus there's system-wide evaluations, which you're going to talk about monitoring and evaluation tomorrow. But system-wide evaluations are incredibly important. And sometimes that's up to the authority, but sometimes it might be up to another external body, like a skills council, or an employment council, or sometimes international trade or trade council may want to be knowing what's going on. But quite often it's the authority where they will look at external activity, and quite often it could be on, and I know we've talked a lot about RPL. How is RPL being implemented? How is apprenticeships being implemented? What is the feeling around, other initiatives? What's the credit transfer system, for example. It also can include the reviews of the framework, the qualifications framework. So I think it's important to reflect about, are these happening? If they are they public? And are they creating this change, this improvement that we want to see? At the provider level, we have internal quality assurance. And I sometimes see there's two complementary forces. And I'm saying complementary, sometimes I'm not convinced they are complementary, but because people get panicky. But you do see that there may be regulatory obligations around safe self-assessment. Some authorities require their providers to do a self-assessment and send it in annually. Vietnam is an example of mine in my region for that. New Zealand asks every 3 to 5 years for the provider to reflect on their qualification that they've delivered. And they call them consistency reviews. So things like that, there are obligations and they could be done by the responsible body. But item 2 is that as a provider, our role is to provide learners with the best environment, with the best capabilities that we have, and enabling them to work or move on to further learning. So you can also look at graduate expectations and employer needs. And so what we're doing there is reflecting on how is our internal system working in relationship to what our goals are. And this allows us to design and implement a process for continuous improvement, usually the focus. Allows for planning and investment, because in that self-assessment, you may find that there's gaps or problems, and then that becomes an area for investment. So it's about identifying gaps and preparing plans and developing targets. So you may end up putting a focus on a self-assessment, satisfaction surveys, graduate destination surveys, they seem to be the core, and focusing on inputs and outcomes and outputs, which I see as slightly different, but some people see them the same. Okay, so just moving on, I'm not going to go too much into registers, but at the end, the end product is, if I have quality assured and approved a qualification specification, and I have quality assured a provider, as this is as an authority, then they will be up on the registers. I see registers in 2 ways. We have a qualifications register, and we have a register also for the providers. And they may, in the public domain, be one register, but they may not be. I guess I find that if they are merged registers, they're really good functioning databases. But they are a transparency tool, because they do show to people who isn't on that list and what qualifications aren't on that list. And then you're making it quite clear that these particular providers and or qualifications are not quality assured. And that has an enormous influence. And I know Eduarda has gone through the qualifications register, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But please be aware, as you already know, session 19. So just moving on to my final notes. What are we saying here? I just need somebody to walk behind me who's going past. Sorry about that. What are we saying here? Quality must be assured and maintained, and it aims to build trust and transparency. That's what the qualifications do. But trust and transparency is built in good, strong quality assurance. And as I said before, if you lose it, it takes a long time to get it back. You lose that trust. Quality assurance at the national level generally focuses on the design of that qualification, the provision of that qualification, the control and supervision and monitoring of assessment, graduation and certification, system-wide evaluations, and the provision of public information. And that's an unpicking of the East Asia Summit Quality Assurance Framework for TVET, unpicking those into what we see as the key components. But within there, in that core, in that middle of the pie, is your NQF. And it is in there, and it links with every other system. And the big important thing is that we need to look forward to innovation, and we've heard talks about digitalisation of credentials. That is looking forward. That is new technology. That's making those qualifications safe. For me in the Pacific, any hard copy qualification that is issued to somebody can be lost in a tsunami. That's it. So digitalisation and some sort of centralised management that can always be able to retrieve that information is incredibly important for individuals. So I find that looking forward as incredibly important, particularly with the new technologies. And the last and final comment, which I can see Eduardo threw up into the chat, quality assurance concerns everybody. So I don't think you can turn away from it. It's our role, and it's linking with that trust that we want to build. So thank you very much.
Much, Andrea. I think she deserves another round of applause. Andrea, just remind us, what time is it out there?
It's about 8:30. So at night, I go to bed after 12:30 at night because I try and sit it out and listen to as much as I can of all the presentations. So yeah, it's fine. It's only 8:30.
Yeah, you must be tired.
It's the afternoon.
So you see why she needs, I think she needs a third applause.
I won't tell you that I sometimes lie in bed with the computer beside me and the earplugs in, trying valiantly to stay awake at midnight.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for that.
That's okay. I've been loving every minute of it. And as I've said, there's so much in these presentations. And I think that picture of the pie, what I call the pie, is incredibly important.
Great. And thank you so much for keeping the time. We are within the time. So it means we get a chance to ask a few questions quickly before we break off for lunch. But just a reminder to everyone, I'm told that one or two people are still wondering if we have the tour to SAQA this afternoon, just to indicate that this is cancelled. It was cancelled. I think the announcement was made on Monday, but maybe we didn't repeat it. So people are seeing it on the program. Please disregard. SAQA representatives are in the house. They'll take us through what we were going to learn just there. So the only thing we are not seeing is the building. So otherwise, we will have all the information that we were going to have for the SAQA tour. Thank you. Now, back to business, quality assurance. Questions, very quick ones. And then I will ask my friend Eduardo if there's any quick question that we can get from the chat, since you are monitoring the chat for me. Any quick questions here for Andrea? No, I don't see any. Okay. Professor Mawa, are you there?
I was going to say, don't be scared.
You don't have any, but Eduardo, do we have any in the chat? Or Andrea, did you pick any in the chat that you think you can address? From Mr. Kamara?
Don't see.
Okay, Mr. Kamara is not there anymore, but Andrea, you can just address it.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. There, I think you've bypassed it. It's up. No, up, not down, but up. You need to go up. Oh, okay. Sorry, I think
it might be down the bottom. Is it?
Must be at the bottom.
Would they fall?
What quality management system should be put in place to support quality assurance?
What quality assurance?
What quality management system should be put in place?
Okay, let me just read this. What quality management system should be put in place to support quality assurance? What quality management system should be put in place to support quality assurance? That's in higher education.
Okay.
Andrea.
So if we're talking about, I think a quality management system sits within the responsible body, the authority. It also sits within the institution, be it higher ed, TVET or schools. A quality management system really is around how are you going to encourage continuous improvement and itemize your processes. So for me, there's a hierarchy of documents. So you need to look at one, what you want to quality assure. And it's so varied, you know, with students, student enrollment, student information, student support. It could be student testing to see where they're at, what support they might need. So it's hugely varied, but it encompasses everything. And then you need to think about what policy, which is your promise, your focus and your promise. Your procedure is how you're going to do it. And then you have guidelines with more details and templates. So I see a quality management system, and I'm saying as a document, but that can be electronic, of course. But it's really about how you promise to support your students, for example, and how you will do that will be the procedure. So you need to think a quality management system in terms of its hierarchy of documents. And I'm pretty sure you can Google hierarchy of documents in a quality management system and it'll come up. There's also an ISO standard on quality management systems, which is very useful. So I think the focus would be, if I was in a university, is what needs to be quality assured at all levels across all my functions. And academic would probably where you'd focus, but there are so many more.
Thanks, Andrea. We have another question from Sudan.
What mechanism can be used to ensure and maintain full autonomy of quality assurance bodies?
Did you get
That's
that?
a good, yeah. That's a goodie. Sorry, that's a good question. I think this is a particularly important issue because I use the word responsible body because there's so many variations in systems. For independence, I think they have to have their own act. So we see them as quasi-autonomous non-government organisations known as quangos. But they are quite often under the remit, so they have their own act, but generally speaking, they will report in some way to a minister, possibly a Minister of Education or a Minister of Training or whatever. But that reporting function is limited. One of the countries I'm working with now, it's quite clear in the Act that the semi-autonomous non-government authority has its own act, and it needs to report through an annual report to the minister. But if the minister wants to direct the authority, they have to give notice of 2 weeks and they have to table the question or the notice in Parliament before it can be done. So it's not possible for the minister to walk in the door and say, I want you to do this. Because under the Act, it can't happen. So I think, generally speaking, an act to make the authority semi-autonomous, and that there's some clear boundaries. And I'm not saying it's necessary as a minister, but that's usually what I see. And that's the authority for quality assurance. That's where the risk and where the angst and the pain lies. The pain doesn't lie necessarily in your qualifications framework, which is about transparency. It's when you want to refuse a provider from starting or being approved, or you want to close a provider, becomes quite litigious. So you need to have that safeguard. So that would be my advice. However, many countries I work with have it under ministries and inside the government entity. And I think that's where your question is lying in that sense.
Okay, very last quick question, James.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Andrea, for that detailed presentation. I had two questions, but I think I'll just ask one for now, which is the debate to do with education being a public good or a commodity. How do you, in your view, think or advise institutions, higher education institutions, how can they strike a balance between the urge for profit against the inevitable need for quality and relevant education? Thank you.
Wanted question there,
Oh.
Andrea.
Okay. Let me think. I think it is a balance. And I understand this question around a commodity which you can sell or somebody has to purchase. And I think what you've just said, the balance is important, because if it swings towards commodity too far, you lose that notion of quality, possibly, and you lose that. Other things come into play. I'm probably thinking about my own country, but when we look at qualifications as a commodity and international students come on shore and it has an immigration flavour, it becomes a commodity. And it becomes a commodity if they can charge, just generally speaking as well, in Australia, high fees, or if there's seen to be a benefit. For example, it could be a government-funded qualification. So that falls it into commodity. And I think you have to redress this balance as much as you can, because at the end of the day, to me, education and learning is a right for everybody. It's not a commodity. It's a right, and it should be of good quality. Because what are we talking about? We're talking about improving our country, with our citizens internally, within our labour and student mobility coming in to us and benefiting our country, and our own students and labour going out benefiting our country. So I think it's something that can be fed either by the institutions themselves and or government itself. And I think if the balance goes out towards commodity, we have a problem.
Thank you very much. Very well said. And as they say, education is the game changer. It's the equalizer. So the people, so as we come to an end, Andrea, I just wish to thank you. A few questions will be posted probably for you and so on, but we will look at them a little bit later. In the afternoon, we are having a practical session. We will take the tour in spirit to SAQA, because they will give it to us here. We won't physically go there. And then afterwards, we'll also engage with a few practical examples of the requests that we had, as highlighted by Eduarda earlier. So if you have any questions, even for that session, as they are doing the presentations, please jot them down and stick them on the board there. For those that are online, please share with us on the chat. If you have any questions from the earlier presentations, please do the same, because we will have some time to just run through them either today, if we don't run out of time, or first thing tomorrow morning. Just a quick reminder, the persons that need to have the PCR done. Now I can't even pronounce it, because we don't need it anymore in Zambia, thank God. You need to stay behind and go to the next room. Now, which is the next room? This one, that side. Please go to the next room so that you can get the PCR done. Lunch is downstairs. You've been a very good audience, very good and very participative, and I'm sure we've taken quite a lot. And if anything else you forget, is that quality assurance builds mutual trust for us to be able to recognize our qualifications for mobility and all that we do for our countries. So thank you very much. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 13:30 on the dot. I know I ate 4 minutes of your time, but let's be here 13:30. Thank you. But since she's a very nice woman, I'm sure she will still give me my benefits. You will pray for that, huh? You will bid for that. You do what? Oh, please, please plead for me. Yeah. So I guess the others will join us. We have a schedule, and I think it's good for us to start on time. So this afternoon, we're going to have a tour of SAQA here, and Naveen will help me co-facilitate. So I will quickly hand over to Naveen, who will tell us the detail of the afternoon and how he's going to entertain us at SAQA in Radisson Blu. Naveen.
I get it, Miriam. Hello, everybody. My name is Naveen. It's so lovely to, I've been meeting most of you. For those who didn't know my name, it's Naveen Vasudev. I'm the manager in the CEO's office at the South African Qualifications Authority. So I'm really honored. Thank you, Eduarda, for inviting us here. And before anything, again, Miriam has already mentioned, I do apologize. This would have been a visit to SAQA, but for various reasons, it had been very difficult for us to accommodate the numbers in terms of both the virtual bit, but also in terms of the building, and there were other reasons. So, but we have our experts here, as Miriam mentioned. So this is a wonderful opportunity. I'm going to quickly actually do a quick introduction before I go into the agenda for the next 2 hours. May I ask the SAQA staff members to just quickly, very quickly, introduce themselves and let us know what they are doing at SAQA office. So please, anybody can just start from the SAQA. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadia Starr. I am the executive in charge of operations at SAQA.
For now. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jaap Pinel. I'm the senior manager for the registration of qualifications and recognition of professional bodies at SAQA. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omotola Akindolani. I am a senior researcher at SAQA.
Hello, everybody. I'm Muresha Chetty, and I am a manager and senior researcher at SAQA.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Pomudao. I'm the senior manager for authentication services at SAQA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mavis Mpocheng, and I'm a specialist. I evaluate foreign qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the SAQA team. As you can see, it's a...
Sorry, just to also let colleagues know that online we have Dr. Heidi Bolton, who is the head of research at SAQA. Oh, and Dr. Julie Reddy is our CEO and is also joining us online.
Thank you. Thanks, Nadia. So we have a variety and a wide range of expertise of representatives here at SAQA, and for the next 2 hours or so, they will take us through an interesting, I like to say, more than presentation. I'm hoping that it can be a conversation about SAQA, the trajectory of the building of the NQF, the South African NQF. We've been hearing about it in bits and pieces until today, but there will be a talk about it. We will see what were the opportunities that came to us as an agency, but also the challenges of what it meant to build a South African national qualification framework. So a bit of a narrative there. So this is how the agenda will be for the next 2 hours or so. We will try and see, there are other areas also that we will try and touch. We will see how we will work with time, and so that it continues to be an interesting afternoon. I know this is a kind of a graveyard shift, but I'm hoping we can be active, and there'll be lots of interactions, lots to learn from already. We've learned so much from your experiences, but again, I think this is a two-way process. So let's start with it. I'm going to as a brief summary, what the presentations will be looking at. We're going to talk about the South African NQF, as I mentioned. We're talking about, we'll be doing a bit of a presentation on the registration of qualifications, professional bodies, and the South African NQF, the linkages. And we're also going to be talking about the register of qualifications. And already there have been, presentations on some, various terms, what we call the NQMIS. So we will be talking about that. We will also, if time permits, again, we will talk about the SAQA's journey, a little bit on that. And I did mention earlier that we may, again, if time permits, talk about this interesting project, because I know there have been interesting conversations on this project that we are working with refugees and asylum seekers. But again, we'll keep that and we'll see how it goes along. So can I request Nadia to lead the process for now, and we'll again, like the first chairperson was saying, you would have questions. We will take the questions after all the presentations are made. Please make a note of those questions so there is enough time for conversations and interactions. Nadia, all yours.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. It's a full room, which I didn't expect after lunch, so appreciate you all coming back. As I said, my name is Nadia Starr. I look after operations at SAQA, in particular NQF operations, because really that is what the South African Qualification Authority is mandated to do. I'd like to also just add that, we've tried to give a very high, quick overview of, certain aspects. And if there are conversations and tangents that the audience want us to go on, we're happy to do that. But these are just, some initial discussion points. How do I move it forward? No. Okay, and then thank you. All right, so the context that we're talking about, I think, really is a context that we share on the African continent, but it's one of systemic and structural inequality, very high and pervasive unemployment, and of course, the resultant poverty that comes from these sorts of structural contexts. Our population is about 59, 60 million in South Africa. And, in terms of this number, we find that we have, again, like the African continent, a high percentage of young people in South Africa. And of course, both youth and those who, like me, are just outside of that, are expected to be lifelong learners in terms of the South African NQF. Our life expectancy is 62 years, so the journey of lifelong learning is really a long one, and one that the NQF, the South African National Qualifications Framework, needs to cater for at all aspects in one's life journey. As I said, poverty is a systemic problem, and in South Africa we have at least 55% living below the poverty line, and so one needs to think about this context when one is delivering education, and particularly in terms of the commodification of education, and particularly higher education. Our unemployment, depending on where you look, ranges between 35 and 42% of the 60 million. It's a huge number of people who essentially need the tools to access either the labor market or in order to create viable self-employment for themselves. And self-employment is something that South Africa has not quite cracked in the way that other African countries have done. Our needs, not in employment, education and training, young people sit at about 3.6 million. This is 35% of our young people who are not in any kind of education or employment endeavors. And so these are really problematic cohorts that the NQF in particular need to accommodate. So this is an overly complex slide, but really what we're trying to show is the evolution of the NQF. And Colleen is smiling because she knows she's seen this and probably developed most of it in her previous life. We just added a year or two onto it, Colleen. But really what we're trying to show is this broad evolution of the South African NQF, and I'll take you through some of the important milestones, so you don't have to read any of this too much. But really, our NQF is a democratic instrument. And so at the dawn of democracy in South Africa in 1994, it was around that time that the National Qualifications Framework was conceived. And this is an important foundation because our NQF is a social instrument for change. It is an instrument for transformation. It is an instrument that is supposed to give access, redress, to the previously disadvantaged and really to all South Africans. And so the NQF is, as we say, a democratic instrument. In 1995, just a year into democracy, the ACQF Act was promulgated, which established ACQF in 1996, but also in 1998, the 8-level National Qualifications Framework. So our history starts with an 8-level NQF, and later on, we have moved to a 10-level NQF, and there's some challenges in even that transition, which either myself or Yapi will talk to in a little while. But essentially from 1998, we've had a national qualifications framework in South Africa, a learning outcomes-based framework, and it's been one that, at the time catered for 3 bands: our general education, our further and vocational education, and our higher education. What then happened from that point of the NQF establishment was a long period of review. We've had study teams, national commissions reviewing our NQF, and the outputs of those really were the joint policy statement in 2007 by the then Department of Labour, the Minister of Labour and the Minister of Education. But ultimately, those reviews and statements resulted in 2008 in the NQF Act. And this is an important distinction. We started with the ACQF Act, which established, ACQF in order to establish and implement the NQF. But through the review process, we realized the NQF itself is the primary instrument, and the institutional arrangements, who we put in place to implement these things shouldn't be foregrounded. So we foregrounded our NQF in its own act, and that act provides for a 10-level NQF. And we'll talk to what the NQF looks like in a minute. But it also changed some of the institutional arrangements in our landscape. It created, at the bottom, what you don't see are the Department of Higher Education and Training logo and the quality councils. So in 2009, we had, through presidential proclamation, the merger of some parts of our old Department of Education and our Department of Labour into the Department of Higher Education and Training. The DHET, as we call them, looks after the post-school and education training system. So anything for adults or youth that have left basic schooling. We then also have a Department of Education that still looks after our basic schooling. But the DHET is and the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation is our executive authority in terms of the NQF family. The 2008 NQF Act also established quality councils. Now, this is another important distinction. In South Africa, at the first establishment of our NQF, ACQF itself held quality assurance functions, and we developed qualifications and standards for our qualifications framework. With the move to the ACQF Act, the ACQF Act actually creates quality councils for our three sub-frameworks, and these quality councils are quality assurance agencies with the powers to recommend qualifications to SAQA. So SAQA is no longer both the developer and the adjudicator of qualifications. The other thing that the ACQF Act introduced was the incorporation of professional bodies into our ACQF. We've realized that the professional pathway, the designations that allow license to practice and access into employment is very closely linked. Can I touch something? Is very closely linked to our career, to our learning pathways. And so in South Africa, we've incorporated professional bodies and designations into the ACQF. And Mr. Nell will talk to that in his presentation. We have, since the 2008 ACQF Act, had a period of some evaluations, and on the back of the evaluations, there have been further amendments that have been proposed, and in fact, what's the word? Promulgated. So we have a new ACQF Act, 2019. It has not, however, been signed off by our president. So we're sitting in a bit of limbo with a new act that is on the table, providing us with additional mandates, specifically mandates for verification of national qualifications and the continued mandate to authenticate foreign qualifications, but it also very crucially brings in the powers to report misrepresented qualifications. And I think this is something that on the African continent we need to keep talking about. You know, the numbers of certificates and achievements that are not validly awarded. And so our ACQF Act, or our amended act, proposes the reporting of misrepresented and fraudulent qualifications. We have in 2021 an additional proposal to amend our ACQF Act. So you'll see that our legislative framework is constantly being enhanced and improved, although these two amendments have not, as I said, yet been signed off for enactment by the president. But the last amendments were really about definitions, looking at the definitions and trying to find commonality and a common understanding in terms of definitions. And this is particularly crucial because we have three sub-frameworks on our ACQF. And to have higher education saying and thinking the same things as basic education and vocational education is a challenge. And so the definitions have become for us quite important in that it needs to accommodate the nuances and the differences in the sub-frameworks, but it also crucially must provide standardization so that we as an ACQF can say to other countries, you know, when we talk about this thing, it's the same as your thing. And so it's a fine balance in a differentiated sub-framework that contributes to a national integrated ACQF. So this is the South African ACQF. You'll see in blue, level 1, 2, 3, 4 in blue on the left-hand side is our basic schooling. At ACQF 4, that's where our national school leaving certificate is awarded by the Quality Council responsible for basic schooling, Umalusi. And that national certificate is our national senior certificate, our matric, our school leaving certificate. Above that, our traditional route from basic schooling into higher education from levels 5 to 10, and I think you'll see the sort of qualification types there are quite similar and uniform in terms of higher education on the continent and internationally. And the higher education sub-framework is quality assured by the Council for Higher Education. The third sub-framework is the newer sub-framework, and really what the 2008 ACQF Act did was to demarcate these sub-frameworks very clearly as separate but integrated sub-frameworks. And it also then at that time established the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, and the QSTO is the Quality Council for all of our occupational and trade qualifications. Their sub-framework has only been determined up to level 8 by the minister, and I think Yapi can talk to it, but there's been some contestation about, vocational qualifications at master's and doctorate level, with I think the QCTO wanting to start to move into that space in certain areas. But for now, our vocational qualifications are capped at level 8. So the policy levels in the NQF environment, as I said, we've got quality councils, 3 quality councils, Umalusi, CHE, and the QCTO, and they work within their respective sub-frameworks. They determine policy and quality assurance processes for their sub-frameworks within the broader umbrella of the NQF policies. SAQA, of course, manages, subject to the ministerial policy and guidelines, the national policies, for qualification development, for assessment, for CAT, for RPL specifically, and of course for recognition of professional bodies. And we do so under the broad umbrella of the ministry, which sets the overall guidelines and demarcates the NQF. The key lessons that we've learned. I mean, we could have filled a book, I think, of key lessons, but just some things that we thought might be relevant. Firstly, NQFs need to take context into account. I mean, I think I'm probably speaking to the converted here, but it cannot be that we take policy instruments, transplant them, and expect them to grow in the same way that they would in native soil. So contexts are incredibly important. NQFs are contested and negotiated. The South African NQF is a social construct. It's a relational construct. It is something that is alive and develops in the hearts and minds of people. And it's through our engagements and through our agreements and our shared understanding that the thing grows. But because of that, it is contested, it is negotiated, and it is an ongoing relationship and negotiation, particularly to ensure that the sub-frameworks remain coherent and remain able to articulate and talk to one another. We're struggling in the South African NQF with a balance between institutional autonomy, and I heard a question about, how does one retain autonomy, but the balance between the institutional autonomy and the national imperative, because very often the institutional autonomy is used to block redress, access, equity. And so in South Africa, we're trying to find ways to respect autonomy whilst also ensuring that, the social justice principles are always embedded in our education system. And we have some, examples, particularly in RPL, where, there are misinterpretations, that are cloaked in institutional autonomy to block certain areas. I think I've said instruments and approaches are transferable across countries, but, we must remember that these things are culturally and socially embedded. And so when one is looking at taking on another policy or system, it really does need to understand the context in which it is coming, the institutions that will be implementing, the quality assurance models and relationships that will create the parameters for the implementation. And of course, we've also seen that in terms of implementing a qualifications framework, the principles of inclusiveness, access, progression, mobility are crucial in justifying certainly the South African NQF because of our very disparate and unequal past. And then, of course, we know that the implementation of an NQF is a multi-year process. And, if you look at the trajectory of the South African NQF, a multi-decade process, a constant evolution, a constant revitalization to make sure that it remains current and valid. Just quickly to look at what is in the pipeline for our sort of next year or two. There are, I think, 3 big areas that SAQA is looking at the moment. Firstly, small units of learning, micro-credentials, whatever you want to call it. We cannot, avoid the conversation. In South Africa, we're of the opinion that we've always had micro-credentials. We've got part qualifications, we've got parts of qualifications that are registered on the NQF. And these are small units of learning. They're not digitally enabled, perhaps. And so if one thinks about micro-credentials as digital certifications, there might be some ways for us to move. And so what we're doing at the moment is really trying to conceptualize a South African position in relation to the continental and global position that will position us in terms of the micro-credential conversation. And it might be, in fact, that we say, you know, small units of learning are here, and this is what it will look like in South Africa with or without the digital enablement, I guess. But it's certainly something that we are working on. We're also looking, after having learned some lessons, I think since 2009 with professional bodies, we're looking at differentiating our professional body policy regime. At the moment in South Africa, all professional bodies who want to, you know, operate as a professional body and award a designation would have to be registered with ACQF in order to register their designations on the NQF. But we find that we have two categories of professional body. The one is a statutory body that is established by law and is required to provide license to practice, doctors, teachers, engineers, you know, professionals in the safety space. And the other are voluntary organizations that operate slightly differently and don't have legislated mandates. And so having worked with these entities as a, in a one-size-fits-all category, we're starting to realize that we might need to differentiate how we deal with statutory versus non-statutory professional bodies. And that is a process that we are busy researching and consulting on at the moment. The last process that we're kind of dealing with at the moment is our level descriptor review. And we've, you know, very briefly, I heard this morning some conversations about how do you level and rate qualifications, etc. Our level descriptors, I think, you know, internationally, we use level descriptors really to describe what each level looks like and the complexity of the cognitive requirements. In South Africa, we've got 10 levels, and so we've got a level descriptor for each level, but we have a quite complicated system where each of the 10 levels have 10 categories. And, you know, internationally, we've seen sometimes 3 categories. World reference levels, I think, has 11, but they're clustered. So really what South Africa is doing at the moment is saying, you know, these level descriptors, do they need to be updated? Do they need to be rationalized? Do they need to be, you know, reviewed for currency? At the moment, they're 10 years old, and we know COVID, technology, etc., has really changed our world. And so the level descriptors have to be reviewed. Through all of this, ACQF is going through quite a big automation project. We've secured funds through our ministry and through our own revenue sources to automate just about everything that ACQF is doing, from qualifications development and registration, all the way through to, you know, checking and verifying your statement of results. Now we have, of course, automated systems, and Tola will talk to you about our NQF MIS that holds our learner achievement. But it's about how does one use that data, you know, strategically, and how does one open access to that data that this automation project, I think, will really help us with. My last slide, you know, I was thinking about it as a pipeline and a pipe dream, but these are not necessarily pipe dreams. What we are looking at in, you know, the near future, although it might not be in the next year or two, is 100% complete record of learning. And when I say 100%, you know, we have people in this country who studied before democracy. We don't necessarily have their records sitting in our NQF MIS, and this is a problem for us. And so we are on quite a big drive to collect information that sometimes sits in boxes in provinces, having come from a system, you know, where provinces, for instance, looked after education. And so there's a very big drive, but it requires resources and money to collect all of this information, to secure it in our NQF MIS. And Tola will tell you, you know, what the stats are in terms of what we have, but we want more. You know, data is incredibly important, and for, you know, citizens who want to be lifelong learners, we need to have a more complete record than we currently do. We're also looking at interoperability. And I've said, for example, the PSET Cloud, there are other initiatives that we're engaging with, but ultimately what ACQF is looking at is how do we create integrations with other databases, with other agencies that might need the information, so that there isn't a reliance always on, picking up the phone, sending an email. How do we create seamless engagements? For instance, with banks, when we apply for a home loan or a car loan or whatever it is, the bank is doing an affordability check on you. And in many cases, they're not giving you that credit rating because they're trying to find out if you're a professional, if you're qualified. And so these sorts of interoperable functions where organizations can reach in and look at our data, we feel will be an important avenue for citizens to really use their data in more valuable ways. And of course, we are constantly striving for enhanced harmonization for African graduate mobility. To this end, we've been engaging quite robustly with our Department of Higher Education, DIRCO, and the International Relations departments to ensure that we have the right MOUs in place with with specific countries where we need mobility, because they are either national projects or we're seeing significant movement between countries. And so this is going to be an ongoing initiative for us. And I'm very pleased that I've already started to meet some really good contacts on the continent and in the region, because ultimately we are going to try and create systems to particularly implement the Addis Convention and ensure graduate mobility. And I think that's it from me. I've put up my business card and the QR code there will take you straight to my details. If you want to get hold of me at any stage, please do. Thank you.
Later, I'll take the questions. Yeah. You want the question? Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nadia. That was a very interesting presentation. It's almost like a journey of frustrations but hope, which is very interesting. I always think about, when we talk about like learning pathways, these journeys are they're never linear. They're full of, and it's a long winding road, as you can see, at least in the South African experience. And we are also noticing it in our own experiences in the other countries. It's never a straightforward, linear process. Lots of obstacles, lots of frustration, but lots of opportunities that come by. And I also always, thanks Nadia for raising this, what is the overall goal? What is underlying in all this? The issue that Nadia talks about, democracy, social justice, those things become really important at a higher level of why we are actually doing what we are doing. And in this case, in the South African, in South African sense. And, the whole area of, Nadia uses the word relational agency, the whole area of, and we've talked about it in the last few days, so many agencies are involved in the development, in the building blocks, in the strengthening of the NQF. It's a whole load of different agencies and people coming together, which itself is not an easy task. I think I remember somebody talking about that. How do you get people to work together? So I think in many ways, our own experience has been that it's not easy, but there is a possibility of doing so. So there are certain places that are, we have been successful, certain places we have failed, and we have to try again. So, so this was an overview of the NQF. I'd like to invite, oh, I see. Nadia, you would like to have questions come through? Okay, we can please, like how we always do, please keep your questions and your comments handy, and we can, we can look at those questions a little later. We'll take through that. Can I ask, I think it's Yapi, it's your turn. If you can come over, here you are.
Thank you. Hello, colleagues. I attended also, or I did a presentation also earlier this week, and I must say that I feel like a preacher with a mic in front of me. Where's the presentation? Okay, while they're loading the presentation, is that I think that what Nadia said is that when you look at the NKF development, it's about consultation. It's not about an institution or a department. And what you need to take into consideration is the end point, and that's the learner. So what's the learner? What will be the benefit for the learner? So it's not to say that, okay, I'm from CHE and I want to push the agenda from CHE. It's what will the learner get out of that at the end of the day? Still loading.
Erica, can you put on the next presentation?
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. And the other point also is that we can talk quite a lot in a long time about... Okay. Still learning also. That jumped too quick. If you look at the system here, is that Nadia indicated that it's about the NKF, the three sub-frameworks, the Council on Higher Education, or CHE, QCTO, Council for Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, and Umalusi for schools. I also joke normally is that when you develop an NKF, you develop a new language also. And that is when we start using QCTO and CHE. Nadia keeps on asking me, please explain that, because other people don't always know what I'm talking about. If you look at this, is a snapshot of the process. So when you look at the public providers, those are our public institutions, universities. They are established through an Act of Parliament, Higher Education Act, establishing them and recognized by the Minister of Higher Education and Training, or Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And you can see the registration at the bottom here, but that's not for the public institutions. Those are private institutions that want to offer qualifications in the higher education sub-framework. What they need to do is that they need to be registered with the Department of Higher Education and Training. As soon as they are registered, they need to submit their program to CHE for accreditation. And when the CHE approved or accredited the program, it will be recommended to SAQA for registration on the NKF. Only afterwards, they can actually offer them the qualification. If you look then also from a private provider on the school side, is that if it's a public institution, again by the Schools Act, they don't need to be accredited or registered. They are established by an act. But if it's a private school, they still need to be registered with the Department of Basic Education, and they need to be accredited by Umalusi in the schools. For QCTO part is that when they develop qualifications, they establish what they call a community of expert practitioners, or what they say a qualifications development committee. What they do then is that they look at industry, looking at the occupation, looking at what is required for that specific occupation as a qualification. And then they register or recommend to SAQA for registration. And afterwards, your skills development providers need to be accredited by the QCTO to offer that qualification. From QCTO point of view also, what they do is that in all their occupational qualifications, they do have an external integrated summative assessment, or SAQISH, ASA. They do have an ASA. So all qualifications, they need to do a summative assessment before they can actually obtain the qualification. So what I indicated is that all three quality councils need to recommend qualifications to SAQA for registration. And what we do at SAQA is that we also evaluate the qualifications, too fast again, according to specific criteria. And I heard Andrea Bateman also mention that there are criteria for qualification. So what we look at, title, field, and subfield as the first thing. And Nadia indicated also that the qualification types developed by each quality council, but they will say that we do have qualification types per level in the qualification. So in evaluation, for example, if you look at a higher certificate, NKF level 5, there's a minimum credit for that qualification of 120. So you can see already field level credit, and then the rationale and purpose. So the purpose, what will the learner be able to do after completing this qualification? So that's the question, the main question. The rationale is that why should the learner do this? What's the reason why this qualification is there? And if it's not really, there's no need for that. And I think that, again, there were some inputs to say that there's a rationale for this qualification. You cannot just develop a qualification for the sake of development and the learner can do nothing with that qualification. Then you look at RPL, entry requirements, also extremely important. As Nadia indicated, some past discrimination, many people did not attend school or leave school very early. But what they did is that they learned at the workplace. And normally what I do is that I will give an example to say that one of my previous bosses drove a very nice big Mercedes, taking that for a service to a garage. And when they service the car, it's not the mechanic or the technician that serviced the car. What I call is a repair shop assistant. He will actually, or she will actually do the service. And then what the mechanic will do is just tick, yes, yes, this was done, and you pay the salary for the mechanic and not for the repair shop assistant. So that repair shop assistant got all the knowledge, all the practical experience, no qualification. So that's part of the RPL that they can do there. Entry requirements also that what will the learner bring to the qualification to allow that learner to complete the qualification successfully. Then you can see rules of combination. So what are the modules that they will do as part of the qualification, the exit level outcomes and associated assessment criteria. And I will touch also on the level descriptors. So if, for example, they develop a qualification at level 6, a diploma, is that what will a learner do? What kind of, what type of, what is the depth of the knowledge that the learner need to have, or the breadth of knowledge at that level? And then they can say, okay, that is, and we will evaluate according to that also. Associated assessment criteria is that how will they assess the learner really achieve the outcome? Then integrated assessments, what they look at formative and summative assessment, formative during learning, for learning, summative assessment after learning, and then after learning itself. And you can see there also international comparability. Yes, we do that. The institutions or the qualification developers must indicate how does this qualification compare with international qualifications. And we also say to people, remember that international is not only Europe or US or Australia, it's also at the borders of South Africa. Slower. Thank you, sorry. I'm getting excited and I keep on talking faster and faster. So I apologize for the translators. Okay, international comparability is what we keep on saying is that you can look also at other countries outside South Africa, for example, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Egypt, for example. So that is the international comparability. Articulation, what we do is that we say that there should be articulation for a learning pathway, and that is from level 5 up to level 10, or a progression or a work pathway. So that can be that if, for example, I studied to be an electrician again, I will not only be an electrician, I may be a supervisor or a manager. So there may be articulation to those kind of qualifications also. And then, yeah, that is the last part of the qualification. When we do evaluate qualifications for registration on the NQF, and when you look at the NQF, for qualifications on the NQF, you can see all their headings on the qualification document. I spoke about the level descriptors. Nadia mentioned level 1 to level 10, and each quality council for each level. But what we also need to do, and we need to remember, is that it is not a development by ACQF. We need to do it in consultation with the QCs or the quality councils. So when we develop any policy, we need to make sure that we consult with the quality council so that they can also get their inputs and to take the context of that specific sub-framework into consideration. Then also, if you look at the qualification, is that what we mean by authentic, it is accredited, or the qualification or the provider or the program is accredited. The qualification is registered on the NQF. And if you read the National of the NQF Act, that all
South African qualifications must be registered on the NQF. And then authentic is that did the learner really achieve the qualification? Or did he buy the qualification, or maybe in a lucky packet or something like that? Also, we included the professional bodies, and it started actually in 2001 up to about 2005, looking at professional qualifications. What is the purpose? Should we include professional qualifications on the NQF? And then, as Nadia indicated, in 2006, 7, 8, there was a consultation, and they changed to say that don't look only at professional qualifications, but how can professional bodies also contribute to the whole development and lifelong learning of a learner? So when you look at the NQF Act again, there are 4 sections dealing with that. A professional body is defined as a body of expert practitioners in a specific occupational field. And what we keep on saying is that if you look at recognition of a professional body, is that it cannot be anybody saying that, yeah, I want to be a professional body. They need to have the back or support of the occupational field also. So we do have a process also in looking at professional bodies or applications of professional bodies before we recognize them. So the first one is that they need to apply to SAQA for recognition. And as I indicate, we do have a policy looking at on the recognition of that. The second one is that they need to apply to register a professional designation. And Nadia indicated that designation is a recognition of a person's knowledge and expertise in a specific occupational field to practice or just to get the recognition of what he or she achieved. Then one important area is that they need to be involved in the development of qualifications as well as in quality assurance. It's not that they will do on their own quality assurance, it must be in consultation with the Quality Council. If we look at the professional designation, that each professional designation must have an underlying qualification, and that's why they are involved in the development of qualifications. Nadia also spoke about statutory and non-statutory bodies. What we indicate, it is established by an act, and anybody who would like to practice in that specific occupation must be registered with a professional body, and they must get the professional designation. The biggest contestation at this stage, non-statutory bodies. What we indicate is that they are not established by act. It is a body of expert practitioners in that specific occupational field and supported by everybody working in that. But membership to that body is voluntary. So that's the biggest challenge for non-statutory bodies, that how can I be financially viable if it's a voluntary membership, because they base their sustainability on the membership fees. But currently what we also do is that we do have one set of professional body or a policy and criteria for professional bodies. And Nadia indicated in the pipeline is that we do look at that to say, how can we differentiate? Purpose also for including professional bodies, as I indicated, is that if you are designated, you need to attend continuous professional development. And that is also recorded then, making sure that Nadia mentioned about the small units of learning. How can we record that and give recognition to that also? This is a difference between a qualification and a designation. And you can see a qualification awarded by an educational institution, where a designation by the professional body. A qualification, once achieved, is achieved. You cannot take it away. But a designation can be revoked. So if a person, in order to keep your designation, is that you need to attend CPD, you need to subscribe to a code of ethics, and you need to pay up your fees. So if any of those are not there, they can take a designation away. You don't need to maintain your qualification. Although you're learning as a person, you'll still go out and you will still learn. But as I indicate there is that to maintain your designation is that these are the three things that you need to do. Qualifications, academic discipline is the focus, to say that what are the academic things that I need to do. Engineer the profession is that if I work, for example, as a secretary, what should I do? Or as a director, because there's Institute of Directors, what should I do? What should I focus on? What competence do I need to develop to keep my designation also? So qualification owned by the individual is my qualification, and designation owned by the profession. So if you look at the NQF MIS, that you under professional bodies, you can see that they register their designations with a code also. Your qualification does not necessarily lead to a designation or a profession, where your qualification, as I indicated, is the underlying requirement for the designation. And then the biggest is that a qualification is at a specific NQF level, where your designation is not. Although it's registered, it's not linked to a level. And that is something that people really need to understand when they apply also for designations. This is my last part, and Tola will come up here. As I indicate, is that we speak about lifelong learning. I mentioned that the professional bodies need to be recognized by SAQA, and they need to register the professional designation. There you can see it's a definition of a professional designation, a title or status conferred by the professional body in recognition of expertise or right to practice. And that is where the biggest debate started between statutory bodies and non-statutory bodies, is that the statutory bodies provide you the right to practice, where belonging to a non-statutory body should not actually give you the right to practice, but they recognize your expertise. And then you can see that we start normally is that if you want to go through a professional route, your normal schooling, you get an underlying qualification, and then you need to have some practical experience to build competence after you get your qualification. Then you can get your designation. But you can also get your designation through RPL. To say that if you don't have the underlying qualification, but you've got years of experience, then you can also get your designation. And then to obtain or to retain your designation, you need to have continuous professional development. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you, Yapi. We do love your excitement in the work that you do. Yapi, we joke and say you eat, drink, and you sleep registration of qualifications. So thank you so much for that. Colleagues, it is so true, and it resonates with what we've been talking all through the last few days on NQF being a contested landscape, the issue of policies, terminologies. So Yapi has talked about it, and at least in SAQA, we had, and Colleen, you would remember the NQFpedia, which is being updated to a large extent, and it is an interesting and important area of work, because you're dealing with terminologies, and sometimes they can be very confusing, and it may mean different things in different contexts. So that has been a very helpful area for us, and something that we can share. I know it's being further developed over the next few months, and also processes. I'd like to now call Tola, Omatola, but we lovingly call her Tola, to take us through, and as we are going further into it, take us through the whole area of MIS. Tola?
Thanks, Naveen. Hello, colleagues. How are you? How's everyone? My name is Tola, and today I think I've got the easiest work of the lot. I will just talk you through the National Qualifications Framework Management Information System, which we lovingly call the NQF MIS. I have had a very interesting, one second. Could you please help me move my slides? Ah, is it a double? Yes, I think that's better. Thank you. Yes. When it comes to the NQF MIS, the management information system, it is the information system that manages every aspect of the South African national qualifications framework. So everything that Yapi said around qualifications, everything that Nadia has touched on, everything that can be captured as information is then regulated by this NQF MIS. The NQF Act of 2008, which Nadia covered thoroughly, mandates SAQA to maintain what we call a National Learners Records Database. Now, this National Learners Records Database is a subset, if I can put it, of information systems. It is the main information system of the NQF, but there are other information systems, and we'll go through them. But this NLRD is a main one. And what the NLRD comprises of is different registers. The NLRD is a relational database. What I mean by that is it has multiple registers or different registers, each containing different information, but they're all interrelated and they all work together. So the first register is a register of national qualifications and part qualifications. Now, I know that that's the title of my presentation, but of course, I'm happy to touch on all the other registers to see how they all link together. There's also the register of learner achievements, which looks at every learning achievement by learners who have gone through the through the South African education and training system. There is a provider register, which contains details of the institution that has awarded the qualification or part qualification. And as Yapi has covered, we've also got a register of professional bodies, recognized professional bodies, the designations that these professional bodies offer, as well as the number of designates that are part of these professional bodies. One more register that we have is, not one more, but different other registers that cover everything that relates to the registration of qualifications, the verification of qualifications, and accreditation. So multiple registers, but the first four are the most important ones. Nadia mentioned that we have an amended act that has not been promulgated or signed off by the president. When it is signed off, we will have 2 additional registers to add to this big sphere. The first will be a register of misrepresented qualifications, and the second will be a register of fraudulent qualifications that we can keep track of. Now, the same act that then, empowers this also then mandates the 3 different quality councils that have been touched by my colleagues. This law mandates them to each maintain a database of learning achievements, and these learning achievements must be submitted to the NLRD through SAQA at a frequent basis, and submitted to them so that there is one holistic database or one holistic information system that has an entire learner's details on there. All right. Everything I've said, I have just covered on this slide, but I want to talk to you a little bit about the other databases that form up this ecosystem of information systems. We've got the verifications database, and you'll see that at the top right-hand corner over there, that little diagram shows every other kind of database that we've got. In the middle, we've got the NLRD that I've just taken you through. We've got the verifications database, which is a collection of information of verified information. So learners or individuals that are coming into South Africa to learn, to study, or to work, and want their qualifications verified, we keep that information and the outcome of their verifications process on this verifications database. We've got those two that have not yet come into effect. And of course, we've got the foreign qualifications database, which looks at the process of evaluation, the outcome of the evaluation process of foreign, of learners who have come in with a qualification that needs to be evaluated against the South African qualification. I hope I'm still going okay. Okay. All right. The NLRD was developed in 1999. It is we call it the jewel of the South African National Framework, because on it is where you can find an entire life story, in theory, the entire life story of a learner's journey through the system. So if you look me up on the NLRD, you should be able to see all my learning achievements that I have achieved within the country. It was developed in 1999. It is widely considered to be the most comprehensive register of learner achievements on the continent. And we say that proudly because, you know, when we started with this, it was such a big step. Now, in the other, perhaps, departments of education, they have their own individual databases, but the NLRD has a compilation of everything, and that's what makes it so beautiful. I will take you through the information. What do we use this information for? So it's great that we've been told you can take care of this, get information on learners, get information on the qualifications and the qualifications that these learners learn. But what else can it be used for? The information is used to, first and foremost, to provide progress that has been made towards implementing the NQF. And secondly, it provides information at a macro policy level. So it provides very insightful information and reports to policymakers and helps inform research and answer research-related questions. There are various reporting capabilities about it, where you want to learn about a learner, or you want to learn more about a qualification, know what the providers are, etc. What are the data sources, you know, for this NQF MIS or the NLRD in particular? I think Yapi's already covered a big part of it, and his unit is responsible for providing the information on the national qualifications and path qualifications. So if you remember on his presentation, where he shared the different components of what, you know, a qualification would require to be registered on the NQF, all of that information goes first into the NLRD. So if I pull up a qualification, I must be able to see everything about that qualification, the international, what it's been internationally benchmarked against, what the recognition of prior learning, what other qualifications, you know, can come through from there, the title, the NQF level, the number of credits, and. Then we've got the data from the 3 quality councils. Each of the quality councils and their providers submit information. So we've got data from the quality council that manages the basic education, the general and further education and training qualification sub-framework. We've got data from the occupational qualification sub-framework, and then the higher education sub-framework is split into 2. We've got data from the public, about 26, there are about 26 public higher education institutions in the country, and about 90 private, registered private higher education institutions in the country. And of course, professional bodies, like my colleagues have mentioned. All of this data will then encompass things like learners and their achievements, providers, misrepresented qualifications, and other associated information. So you can see it's quite a comprehensive information system. I just want to maybe talk about a little about the content of the registers. I'll start with the qualifications register. This qualifications register currently, as at the 30th of June 2022, there are 9,573 qualifications that have been registered on the NQF. Information about these qualifications or associated information includes, the ID and the title, the NQF level, the rationale and purpose, which sub-framework does that qualification or is that qualification registered to, the articulation options, what date was it registered, etc., etc. And there are just about 20 more related fields that talk just about that qualification. Then we've got unit standards, which is a part of a qualification, and Nadia already touched on this as well. Again, we have information about 14,000 unit standards, and the information on the unit standards also reflect what we have on the qualifications, which is your title, at what level is it, what's the purpose of it, what are the learning assumptions, which providers then provide these unit standards. Another register is the provider's register. Here you'll have information about what's the provider name, what are their details, email addresses, what type of providers are they? Are they public institutions or private, etc. We've got the designation information, and we currently have 102 professional bodies that are related to 375 professional designations, and in total recognized professional bodies have about 1,200,000 professionally designated members, and these are each registers that contain additional information. Then we've got the Register of Learning Achievements, which is quite a big one. We've got about 19 million registered achievements registered on the NQF, and about 40,000 of these achievements have been achieved through the recognition of prior learning. And then most importantly, I think, then we have information about the people that have achieved these qualifications, that have attained this professional designations or are affiliated to these professional bodies. And on the NLRD, there are about 21 million people that we can at any point pull up information on them about what they've studied, who are they male or female, what population group they are, what's their date of birth, what are their identities, what have they studied. So each of these are interrelated then. So far, so good. Good. What do we use the information on the NLRD for? Well, I covered that initially, but I thought, just to give a bit of a perspective, we'd like to look at trends. When we look at trends in qualification achievements, and this is an example of what we do, we just look at trends over the years. We can then, disaggregate this information either by sub-framework or by qualification to see how well we are progressing on matters of the NQF. Another kind of analysis that we use the information on the NQF MIS for is then looking at learning pathways and how learners have progressed through the different levels of the National Qualifications Framework. So an example of this, and it's a very complicated chart, but it's just looking at how learners either go upwards within levels, across levels, or across sub-frameworks of the NQF of the National Qualifications Framework. Okay. I'd like to touch a little bit about some of the highlights and then some of our challenges as we manage this NQF MIS and some of the stories that have come out from there. One of the highlights is that we are able to track learners who have achieved qualifications via the recognition of learning, recognition of prior learning and articulation. So it has helped from the time that we started looking at RPL holistically in South Africa. We can track how many learners and what that progression has been within the RPL space. How articulation is progressing in the country, it's easy to track that because we have that information and we have those numbers. We worked with 3 sectors in the country to sort of develop learning pathways for their learners and see how, these sectors can either grow or can move from where they are beyond. So those three sectors we have looked at: early childhood development, community development, and engineering. And what we did was we went to the bodies that were responsible for each of these sectors and say, what are learners, that have studied within the sector, how are they supposed to navigate the NQF, and what it is that we see on the NQF MIS related to those learners. And an example of this is this, this little chart up here. So when we spoke to the experts regarding early childhood development, we said, when you plot your pathways, I, as a learner, if I'm supposed to study something that has to do with early childhood development, how do I navigate the NQF, or how have you, visualized the qualifications such that navigating the NQF looks like this? And they came up with this chart such that if you have a National Senior Certificate at NQF Level 4, for instance, you can move up into the higher education qualification sub-framework, you can move across into the OQSF. We said, this is fantastic. So each of these arrows sort of looks at how a learner has progressed from one NQF level to the other in the eyes of those who have developed these qualifications and who have an outcome for these qualifications. When we look on the NLRD, what we see is a different picture. So we see that, and you can compare some of the numbers, is while you have upward movement in most cases, while you should have upward movement in most cases, you have all sorts of movements here. So that's an example of what we do. And this kind of information we will take back to that sector, who will then look at how, what are the blockages that allows learners move around like this instead of this, as a good example. I think that's all from that chart. Another thing that we use the information on the NQF information system for is then for international benchmarking. We have worked with the South African Development Community countries within the SADC region to come up with a mobility report that looks at how learners within that region have been moving within other countries in the region. We do this, we work with the countries, the SADC countries, 16 of them, including South Africa. The information from South Africa comes from the NLRD, and we look at how these learners are moving into the different countries and the different spaces. And this helps to, it helps with understanding learner movement within the region and within the continent as a whole. All right, other highlights is, as I've mentioned, the NQF MIS then is used for national policy making and analysis. It helps us track learners through the system. And I think most importantly, SAQA has assisted countries in conceptualizing similar systems. And a recent example of that has been our work with Namibia, where we have tried to replicate some of the aspects of this NQF MIS that Namibia has found very interesting. No system is without its challenges. And even though we have had this beautiful treasure for the last 20 years plus, there have been challenges. One of the biggest challenges, and that was hinted at earlier, is the historical data gaps that we have on the system. So learners who have studied or achieved a qualification before a particular time, say 1994, most of their achievement records still exist on paper, and they have not been captured electronically into any of the systems. And so part of what we are looking at as a unit and as SAQA is to come up with digitization initiatives. I know digitization has been mentioned quite a couple of times today, but digitization initiatives where we can, I think Cape Verde covered that very well this morning, to ensure that paper records are then translated into electronic records so that a learner is not disadvantaged, if I can put it that way. Then another challenge that we faced is data submission. The providers that are supposed to submit this information according to the Act at often set times do not always do this, and this results in delays. So our verifications processes are impacted by this. One way that we're looking at addressing that, and you'll see through the slides, is we've tried to come up with ways to address each of the challenges. One way that we're looking to address that is to gazette the data regulations and the data submission so that it is written into law, it is legislated properly, and we've made good progress with that. A third challenge is data quality and integrity. Our information, sometimes the nature of information is it's inaccurate and there are errors with submissions. One way we try to address that is to consistently and constantly come up with data cleaning exercises at a massive scale. When you look at millions of records, to try to clean up those records at predetermined times. There are other registers that exist in our NQF universe, but are not fully integrated into this MIS. Currently, SAQA is looking at a project that will then bring some of these registers together, and we're constantly looking for opportunities to integrate them all. These are some of the challenges that we face. In my last slide, I will talk about lessons learned. What have we learned so far? First, information is vital. And when we are developing our NQFs and frameworks, it's also important to, by the side, understand that information is gold, because that's what's going to enable you see the past and the present and help you to plan for the future. No data is ever too small. No data is ever too vague. It's all important information that comes together to build your NQFs as you go on. The development of information systems within the NQF context is usually a multi-year process, and it's informed by continuous improvement. And thirdly, one thing that we have learned is that for 20 years, we have nailed the art of getting information into the system. Now it's time to look beyond that and make the best use of that information that we have to grow, improve the NQF, and make it more strategic. I think that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teola. That was wonderful. It's just these, when you talk about these numbers, Teola, it's just sometimes mind-boggling, 21 million. At least it's mind-boggling for me, I'm a Luddite there. But it's excellent. But also, I think, Teola, with your presentation and the work that you're doing, and the importance of information gathering, but I also see, the work that's being done in organized information, which is very important when we are looking at the development of the NQF. Just as a very quick, before we go into the Q&A, it's on a lighter note, and this is something that I only got to know last year. I was talking to the registrars in Canada, and we were talking about the work that South Africa has done on the particularly on the NLRD, as they were calling it at that time. And it was interesting, and I didn't know this. They said, did you know that, well, they've been struggling and they've been working towards the development of an MIS/NLRD in Canada. And they said, did you know that when it started in South Africa, it was the Canadians who were actually helping and supporting South Africa in trying to build an NLRD. And they said, look where you've come all this way, that we are now here wanting to learn from your experiences. So it's always very interesting how the journey has taken us. And again, like in Nadia's presentation, we saw the journey has been with obstacles, but lots of opportunities. And I really appreciate that. I think we'll now open it to Q&As. I'm just looking at the time. How are we doing? We're okay? Okay, so yeah, and I understand that some of the staff had to go back and some. So what we'll do is we'll open it up for comments, questions, just open it up for conversations, and let's see how it goes. I see hands up already, and there's also, I'm sure, virtually there are comments and questions that are coming through. Eduardo, you might help me there. So please.
Questions, you have them right here.
Okay, yeah. I'll take that.
Yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
My name is Molai from Sierra Leone. Thank you for the rich presentation. There is any scope for collaboration and for technical assistance looking at countries that just started their NQF?
Nadia or any of the staff? Yeah.
The answer is yes. But, within, I think the details are going to be shared. Engage with us if there are requests for cooperation. Sometimes we find it's conversations, and we'll learn equally from you. It doesn't need to be formalized, but we do have, we are open to formal technical cooperation, which will of course be costed. But we're open to conversations. Let's chat.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Robin?
Mine is more of a, I don't want to shake the rooster, but it's more to do with what we have on the ground, and it does not only apply to SAQA, but everyone that's here. We are working at the moment on one project under the CIPA project, which is the value chain project, and we're focusing on development of one master's program, which is basically on one of the value chain, which is pharmaceutical. So we're developing a fellowship program for a master's in ARV, which is pharmaceutical. Now, this involves 3 universities, one from South Africa, one from Zambia, and one from Tanzania. Yep. Now, I don't have to tell you the conundrum. You already know the conundrum. In terms of accreditation, and for us, what we're trying to do is try to talk to the different countries. We started a conversation with the Higher Education Commission, the HEC, the other day, and we already saw in terms of the processes, the procedures, and basically it's going to take us a minimum of 2 years. Before we even get to our dear friends from SAQA for accreditation. Now, for us, given changes that's happening, for us it's too long. It's too long if we want to create the requisite skills. I've been made to understand now South Africa potentially has had some changes in law, but unfortunately that might be a test case for joint program and joint initiative. We are also in the process now, hopefully, of talking to Zambia to also see what is the process and to understand. I mean, all these stories, just to cut it short, in terms of, I think we need to be flexible. I know there are certain regulations, in-country regulations. I've been there, done that, I know it. But I think we need to really think ahead in terms of how to promote regional programs. Because we're talking about SADC qualifications framework, we're talking about movement of people. I think there's a dire need for us to think out of the box. Even not regionally, but also nationally. We have to cut this space. Two institutions involved for having a program accredited. And I suspect they don't talk to each other very often. There need to be a common understanding, and I think there need to be a forum where all these institutions involved in getting a program accredited need to be able to talk and run through the process very quickly. Why I'm saying that is because in my previous life, I used to be on the board of investment. And one of the things we used to do is what is known as a sandbox license framework. Now, what the sandbox license framework does is basically, if you don't have a regulatory framework for anything or for a new demand for the country or for the sector, what we do is we construct the regulations as we proceed with approving the product or the sector regulations. So maybe it's time for us to really think about this, because especially given the timeline and how fast some of these value chains demand changes, by the time we get a program accredited, most probably it's going to be outdated in terms of skills needs. So I think it's food for thought for all of us here. How do we, it's one thing having qualifications framework and all these things, but how do we fast track the whole process of approval and accreditation of programs, especially when it comes to joint programs? Thank you.
Robin, Yapi, do you want to say anything about that? I have some thoughts about it, but please.
Yeah, I must firstly say that yes, we are working with the CHE currently to enhance the process, working on an online application process to shorten the whole process. So what we do also is that as soon as they submit the qualification for accreditation, we at SAQA also then evaluate the qualification, so that after the accreditation, they can then just recommend that, and then we will do that. But I know also CHE is working on a cross-border type of policy that they're looking at. Part of the policy is that it must be accredited, and if it's a South African institution, they need to inform CHE that they are doing cross-border training, and that qualification will then needs to be on the SAQA website.
If I could also just add, I mean, one of my pipe dream items was harmonization, and I left it quite broad because I don't think any one of us has the answer. We know that we want regional and maybe even continental qualifications, particularly because we want to see mobility, but our in-country laws will always have to be applied, and we know that. So, you know, it's not a South African issue. Whoever is engaging, you have to deal with your in-country laws. But it's something that we've already started discussing with the regulators and with our department. And in fact, it even came up at Umalusi in the schooling environment, because we also have the school systems that are jointly offered. So it's something that we're thinking about, but certainly from our side, you know, from SAQA's side, I agree. Let's see what we can do within the parameters right now, because if we don't, it will simply overtake us.
Thank you. Yeah, Robin, I mean, it is I think it's an issue for all of us to think about. And particularly, I think, Nadia, you talked about the relational agency. And I always feel that it's one of the most important, the relationships that we build between networks, between agencies, the conversations that take place, you know, regionally, nationally, is what leads to any progress that we can talk about. Because if that collapses, everything else collapses. I think that is, so it's an important point for all of us to take home, and to think about how do we go about doing that. Any other questions and comments? I see, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Inspiring presentations. I think we have a lot to learn from SAQA. Let me come to my question. As we all know, data is the most important raw material in the era of information. I have come to learn that SAQA is providing information to partners and stakeholders. I would like to know the extent of the data in which SAQA is providing to regulators, employers, or stakeholders, and if there is specific regulation it follows in terms of confidentiality and accountability, and also if there is a fee associated with the provision of such services. Thank you.
Thank you. Chola, do you want to respond, or anybody else?
Oh, yes. Thanks, Naveen. Sorry, I didn't catch the last end of your question where you said something about associated with. I'm sorry, could you just repeat the question? I got the first part, but I think it's the last part.
The fee.
Oh, are there fees associated? Yes. Thank you very much. You see, when it comes to data provided, we always try to make sure that it's not on a personal level. So the information that is shared with partners and stakeholders is always at a depersonalized level, if I can put it that way. So always at an aggregated level. And secondly, yes, there are fees. Am I right, Nadia? There are always fees, and all of that is with discussions, usually at the CEO level or the executive level. But yes, yeah. I must say also that part of what we've done at SAQA is that there are aspects of the different registers that are available online. So on SAQA's website, for instance, you will find a lot of information that is reflected in the qualifications and part qualifications registers, as well as the professional bodies registers. You will not find personal information, but you will find everything you need to know about a qualification, who provides it, at what level. So we've made some of that available to the general public, but then the other part that are a bit sensitive, you would have to work through a different route to get to that information. Yeah.
Thank you, Tola. I see hands up.
Sorry, if I could just quickly, apologies, if I could just quickly add that in terms of legislation, we have the protection of personal information, which is why we don't provide personal information without consent.
Please. And then we'll take a few questions from the chat that's come through. So, please.
Thank you very much, Naveen, and officials from SAQA. I was one of those who was still asking if we are visiting the offices, and I suggested a virtual tour. I hope something can be done, and then we see the premises, please. Thank you. But I have a question. I was excited to see the comparison between the qualifications and the designation. Yes, so I am Baguma Abdallah. So I have a question. What is your experience, or have you encountered where people bring their designations, or based on their achieved designations, to be equated, for instance, to be eligible to teach a certain level? Because as we know in academic, we have those ranks. Okay, if for you to qualify to teach, either you are a lecturer, a senior lecturer. So, and I have seen that a designation you may progress beyond your qualification. Okay, so have you encountered that? Because in my context, we do still have complaints where someone says, for instance, I have progressed in terms of my profession, and also institutions are being urged to involve both academic staff based on qualifications, on pedagogical experience, but also a professional expertise. So this person may have maybe a master's or even bachelor's, but has progressively achieved in a profession, either licensed or not licensed. Thank you.
Very interesting question, and I think that we are working towards establishing what we call competency frameworks within professional bodies, within a designation, to show progression of learning after they completed or were awarded the designation. You can remember also that as part of the slides, what we indicate is that to retain the designation, they need to show that they've done continuous professional development. So to grow in that designation. So what we also work with professional bodies currently is to make sure that there is a progression pathway within the designations. So it means that they may have a minimum underlying qualification, but then as part of their work experience and competence that they gain, as part of that, they may then claim a higher level of designation. So that is still in most of the professional bodies that's under development. But most of your financial services professional bodies work definitely on that to say how can they reward a person who obtained more experience after qualification. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I want to take yeah, I see your hand, Maxwell. If you can just wait, I just wanted to take a couple of comments and questions that have come on the chat. There are 5. I'll just quickly do the first one. This was regarding the NLRD. The question is the learner achievements, Tola, particularly to you, is it only from formal qualifications, or are they short courses, lifelong learning? Is that also included? That was the first question. Tola?
Oh, okay. Thanks, Naveen. Oh, I like the style where you're asking to take them one at a time. I think my brain can only process that one bit at a time. So thank you. Yes, the answer is yes. It's majorly against formal qualifications because that's what the South African NQF is, styled against mainly. We are currently, though, looking at and evaluating the possibilities of including non-formal education, but that's part of our next step as an organization and for the NQF itself. But currently, yes, it's just formal qualifications and smaller units of learning that are part qualifications. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Tola. I'll take one more before I come to you, Maxwell, if that's okay with you. The second one was how and where are professional qualifications mapped on the SA-NQF?
Yeah, professional qualifications. If you look at the structure of the NQF, is that on NQF level 8 is that we register professional qualifications. And those mainly refer to your dentists, doctors, and some of your financial qualifications. There are actually also questions about if you look at internationally, like in the UK, where your professional bodies offer a qualification and how to map that qualification to qualifications on the NQF. And that is at this stage that in SAQA or in the NQF space in South Africa is that your professional bodies cannot offer qualifications. And that is the role of the providers. They may accredit, if there's a MOU between the professional body and the Quality Council, they may accredit providers to offer the qualification. If you look at statutory bodies, is that they do have a role, and that's why we say that we're working on a differentiated model. They do have a role in their law, in their establishment or basic law, that they may go back and they may accredit providers to offer certain qualifications, or they may look at content, or they may look at laboratories where providers offer that qualification. But in the NQF Act, as I indicated, is that it makes provision for the professional bodies to be part of the development of a qualification that will be the underpinning qualification for a designation. Part of that also, just to add on that if you look again, is if I can take SAICA, the Chartered Institute of South Africa, what they do is that they do have an underlying qualification, negotiate with the providers what should be part of the curriculum, and then the learner will go out after completing the qualification, do some practical experience, and then they will have a board exam. And if they pass the exam, then they will be awarded a designation as a chartered accountant. Thank you, Naveen.
Thanks, thanks, Yapi. Maxwell, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, just a comment. Yeah, so thank you very much, SAQA, for the very informative presentation. As I sat here and listened to one presenter after the other. At the point, I became a bit uneasy because the gap between where my country is and SAQA became real to me. You know, I was asking myself, how many years are we going to take to achieve what SAQA has achieved? But at the same time, I got encouraged when I looked at or what where we are right now in a forum which is sort of a one-stop shop for everything qualifications framework. Every professional is expert is here, every consultant is here. So we have a whole lot to learn from this platform. I learned a lot from these few SAQA presentations on statutory and non-statutory professional bodies. We have been dealing with them. I learned about how various units will have their qualifications registered after going through the various quality assurance and accreditation processes. So I just want to encourage my colleagues who are at the levels where we are, that every material we need to achieve what SAQA has achieved is here. So let's make very good use of the materials provided, as well as the contacts we are making or have made already. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maxwell. That explains my gray beard and my balding head, but that's besides the point. Thank you so much for those kind words. But I think in the first presentation that Radia did, it is a journey, and it's a journey full of obstacles. Like I said, I think so. This is what I think. Any journeys, and the NQF journey is one, but it's also, like I said, it's also of hope. So it does take time, but I think we're here to learn from each other. I think SAQA has to learn a lot from. We were in fact discussing this during the lunch. How much very interesting progress has been made by countries. The example of Angola, how they have moved, and it's not necessarily the question of how quick, but how they have moved, how they have progressed. So I think we all have to give ourselves a pat on the back in terms of what we are doing and what we are doing together. I think that's really important. Is there any comment or questions before I go back to the chat? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the presenters for taking us for this wonderful journey on SAQA. I just have one small question regarding what is in the pipeline for SAQA. There were three main things. One of them is micro-credential. Could one of you just tell us what is being done in that area in terms of micro-credential? Is it going to be embedded directly on the NQF, or is it going to be a subset, or what kind of work is being done? If somebody can help on that. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Interesting question. Nadia, do you want to say something about that?
I don't want to say anything.
I'm sure Julie would have liked to say something about it.
In fact, maybe Julie does want to add, but in terms of what we can say at the moment is that we're simply looking for a position. So we don't have an agreed, negotiated, consulted position for South Africa yet, but we have acknowledged that we cannot not be part of the conversation. So what we do have is the intention to provide a definition. And as I said, we might actually turn around and say, well, we've had this thing all along, and the only difference is that micro-credentials internationally carry this very digital transferability. But in fact, if you look at the NQF, the South African NQF, we've got achievements of unit standards, things that have taken people 10 hours to learn. Those sit on our NQF. And so, how do we take something that will work for South Africa, that is recognized internationally, is definitely on the cards. Whether it will look exactly like, what we see, and there are different definitions. I mean, I don't think anyone has, said this is what it is. But, we want to craft something that will work for us.
It's the whole area of, what we're talking about, terminologies versus context. But it may be that, like you're saying, Nadia, it may be that the word micro-credentials is something that has been used and been practiced already. It's a question of what we call it. I don't know if Julie is online. Julie, would you like to say something?
It opens a Pandora's box for me. Good
Julie's not
afternoon,
around.
everybody. No, I'm here, Naveen. Can you hear me?
Oh,
I think, are they able to unmute though, Naveen?
Can you unmute?
I have unmuted, but I don't know.
Naveen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Mrs. Reddy is actually talking. I don't know why you can hear me and not her, but she's talking.
Can you hear me, Naveen?
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Sorry, good afternoon, all. I said the whole notion of micro-credentials opens a Pandora's box for me. But as Nadia has said, and maybe it's a discussion for another time, we, in principle, do not have an issue with recognizing short learning programs and partial studies. We have been doing it. We have an issue and a concern about how credentials and micro-credentials are being defined and used, and seems to only be capturing formal learning at the risk of leaving out non-formal and informal learning attributes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Naveen.
I'm going to take a couple more questions from the chat. I think this is for you, Tola, if you don't mind. How do you collect / update data on the NLRD? And they're using the term, how do you do it so easily? Is it? And what are the challenges?
Can I go? Okay. Thank you for that question. Well, I think SAQA's work has been really helped by its legislative mandate. So, as I said during my presentation, one of the things that makes our work easier is that the law actually says you must submit learner achievement information, you as a provider. So the providers will submit to the relevant quality council that is responsible for that sub-framework, for one of the 3 sub-frameworks, and that data then gets submitted to the NLRD. Now there are, of course, behind that, there are lots of principles and data submission criteria. I don't want to get too technical, but we have an entire data submission process that goes through a data validation tool, and then it's batch submitted to the NLRD. So the fact that there's a legal muscle behind really helps. And so providers, right now we have it at a frequency level of submitting data twice a year. So the providers will submit twice a year via their quality council. There are numerous challenges because, as you might imagine, with over 6,000 providers, some might submit, some might not submit, some missed the submission deadlines, some don't know how to use the data validation tool to submit information. And so there are whole lots of challenges, but as we come across these challenges, we tackle them on a one-on-one basis to keep the process going. I hope that answers the question.
Stola, thanks a lot. I believe we have a question from South Sudan, from the meeting room.
Say yes. Yes, good afternoon, guys in the hall. This is Angela Loyer from South Sudan. I'm very happy with the presentation of SACA. I have a couple of questions that I need to present on your table so that you help to put your insight in. First, I have what you call record data. For us here, we are always getting news who are coming.
We've lost.
Yes, I believe that the colleagues in South Sudan had some connection problems. So maybe we will wait for them to come back.
The youth want to upgrade their qualifications. Some of them want to absorb in the occupations, but we found it very difficult to evaluate these qualifications because there are no registered data in our offices. How do we go about such youth who are potential in contributing to the development of the country? That is number one. And question number two, I want SACA to differentiate between national qualifications and path qualifications so that we who want to start the national qualification framework may adapt those principles and use them for our registry database. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues?
Thank you. I'm not sure we got the first question in full, but I'm assuming it was something to do with how do we evaluate qualifications from South Africa against South Sudan, where there aren't necessarily comparable frameworks. If I've got the question correct, I hope so. We lost them for a minute. But I mean, our system is always about looking at what we have. So, you know, when we have a national qualifications framework, it's a little bit easier. If we don't have the national qualifications framework, we look at what is sitting in the country, and then we have to ask very specific questions. You know, what value does this thing have in your country system? And, you know, what, for instance, does this particular qualification allow access to higher education? Does it allow access to a master's, etc.? So even if you don't have a formal register that looks like the South African NQF, there's still similarities that we can pull out on the basis of the structures that you have. Mavis is someone who does this work directly. So if I've maybe not answered adequately, I'm going to hand over to Mavis if the South Sudan colleagues need any more.
Mavis?
On the second question is that he asked what's the difference between a national qualification and a PAR qualification, or to explain that, remember that the National Qualifications Framework Act makes provision for the registration of national qualifications and or PAR qualifications. And if you look at the definition of a PAR qualification, it is part of a national or a registered qualification. The Higher Education Council on Higher Education decided not to have part qualifications. They said that they only have full qualifications, and where learners completed part of a qualification, those will be credits that can be transferred towards another qualification. The occupational qualifications, or the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, decided to have part qualifications. And what must be remembered is that a part qualification cannot have more than 120 credits. If it has 120 plus, then we recognize that it's a full qualification and or a national qualification, and they need to register that as a qualification. The part qualification, what they developed as part of, let me say, occupational qualification, is to allow a learner to build skills in a specific component or in a specific area in that specific occupation. And an example that I can give is that you can take a motor mechanic. He needs to do the full qualification to be tested as a motor mechanic and to get the title as a motor mechanic. But the person working, for example, changing tires or changing batteries or do some testing, they don't need to have the full mechanical qualification or qualification for a mechanic. They can only do a part, that part of looking at tires, changing tires, and then they can be skillfully employed in that specific area. So that's the part qualification. One of the biggest challenges currently on the system is to say that how do we name that qualification on the system to make sure that it's not showing as a full qualification on the NQF. So there is that if you look at the qualifications on the NQF, there's a part of a qualification type that will indicate that this is a part qualification. In that specific part qualification, it will provide a link to the full qualification, or what we call also a parent qualification. I know that it sounds quite to say that you've got a full qualification, part qualification, national qualification. We actually speak about the qualification and the part qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. And I think, you know, if there are, I hope it answers your question, colleagues from South Sudan, but I'm hoping that if there are further, you know, clarifications, this is a start to the conversations that we can have. And this is not just to South Sudan, but all of us here. There may be more details. Either ways, we may have more questions also for all of you. So really hope that this conversation can continue offline and after this event. Sorry, Mavis, did you want to say anything regarding the first question? I don't want to put you on the spot. Okay, all right, okay. I said, yes, ma'am, and then I'll come to you.
Merci pour la parole. Je suis Jimmy Kitombo.
Thank you for the floor. I am Jimmy Kitongo from the DRC. I'd like to ask a controversial question, maybe practical one. Now, the question is this. The Kinshasa University, where a lot of Congolese doctors came out as doctors and are easily working here in South Africa. However, we got South Africans, Congolese nationals who have completed the studies in South Africa. Now, back home, they are considered as experts. Now, the controversy is this. Those coming from the Kinshasa University in other areas like law, economics, and others, here in South Africa, they are not taken at this level. So why is it because of a special arrangement, or is it political will? I'd like to find out what's the reason for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia or Yapi? We're all pointing to Nadia.
So, I don't know of any exact examples, so I'm not able to respond adequately. I'm looking at Mavis if we know of any specifics. But perhaps what would be useful is if we got some more information so that we could respond better to our DRC colleague. From our side, really what we look at is when foreign qualifications are coming in, we look at three things. The first is the qualification, is the institution accredited? So is Kinshasa University accredited in the system, where it comes from? The second is the qualification that the university is delivering actually part of the system, of the quality assured system? Because remember also that there might be just bridging courses and additional courses that accredited institutions are offering. And the third is authenticity. So I want to believe that whatever the colleague is talking about might not have in some way sort of addressed one of those three pillars. What we do is once those three pillars are checked, we then say, what does this thing look like in the South African context? So the doctor that is coming with the medical degree from the DRC, we'd look at it and say, is our medical qualification, does it look the same? Does it have the same amount of practical? Does it have the same amount of theory, etc.? And is it, going up the same levels? And it might be that in that comparison element, that there are differences in the evaluation, for instance, as the colleague says, the lawyers and other things. But I'd have to look at some examples to be able to really provide
Thank
proper
you.
response.
Thank you, Nadia. And this is another thing that we would like to take it offline and be very get some specifics regarding this. I wonder if it's also goes back to Robin, your question around the issue around accreditation and of institutions and accreditation of programs. Because from the SAQA point of view and the work that we do in South Africa, we go back, like Nadia is explaining, we go back to the country and see how is it placed in the education system, national education system in that country. And that's how we define the verification process for when we are doing the evaluation of a foreign qualification. And I think that is a very important point. I've just quickly two on the chat. The fourth question, how are we doing with time? Almost done. Okay. Should we take the two questions or should we take it offline? Okay. Okay, we can. Okay, you want a last? Yeah.
Okay.
Should we take the last question, ma'am, please?
Merci beaucoup. Bon après-midi à toutes et à tous.
Thank you. Afternoon to everyone. First, I'd like to congratulate South Africa for the systems they put in place. That's very impressive with the information that's presented. My question is on the architecture of the system and the governance. Nadia spoke about the notion of autonomy. Now, the question is, how much autonomy does SAQA have towards the ministry and also the degree of quality assurance at SAQA? Thank you.
Nadia? I wish we had stopped the questions. So to answer, SAQA is a statutory entity. So we have a law that establishes SAQA. And so, of course, we have a legal competence, but also legal responsibilities to report an account to our ministry and to Parliament. And so while we, as I said, have the autonomy to run our functions, we do have to report an account, particularly on the public funds that are used in the implementation of SAQA's mandate and the achievements in terms of what we have set out as a country. So we always have to balance that autonomy with our accountability responsibilities. In terms of quality assurance specifically, remember that the ACQF Act of 2008 sort of puts quality assurance in the Quality Council space. So the actual quality assurance of learning, of implementation sits in the QC space, the Quality Council space. But through our legislation, we have what is called a system of collaboration, where the 3 QCs and SAQA are constantly engaged through a legislated process to make sure that our decisions and our plans are aligned and in the best interest of the ACQF.
Thank you, Nadia. And we're short of time here. I want to close this session. We had a couple of questions from the chat, which we can take tomorrow. With that, I really want to thank you. Thank you to the SAQA staff. That was a very interesting, like I said, an interesting conversation that we've had. I'm hoping that we can continue this offline in our communications with each other. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Naveen. Thank you, everyone. Just to mention, as I take over, the question from DRC, very important for us, but can we start looking at some of these issues, the country-to-country issues that we've been facing, in a way that we can sort them at a global level? How can that be? we have referencing. We're talking about referencing. For SADC, we're talking about the issue of alignment. This is where, if we have a regional qualifications framework, if DRC has referenced their qualifications or aligned their qualifications on the SADC-QF independently, not based on looking at a particular program, but independently having aligned, the same thing happens for SAQA. When it comes there, then the issue of, these discrepancies and so on shouldn't arise, because all of us know how we are speaking to the SADC-QF, how we are speaking to the ACQF. So we should be looking at these issues in that broad perspective going forward to see how we can resolve some of these issues. So I thought I should just put that in there. Nonetheless, we just have a few minutes, about 25 minutes to go. And before we do that, very quickly, Cape Verde, are you ready? You need to give us a presentation, very, very brief, on articulation from Cape Verde. NQF Coordination Unit, 10 minutes tops. Who is coming? Amilcar. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't bring any presentation because yesterday I was asked to take few notes of our modality for double certification in Cape Verde. And how do we do in relation? It's a modality which is governed by two ministries. It's the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Professional Learning. So we have to have that articulation, and we have to do that kind of articulation. But before that, I would like to thank Edward for this opportunity to share some information about what is happening in Cape Verde in relation to our national qualification, and to complement and felicitate all the staff that has been involved in that week, and also to particularly thank Ms. Dashana, because without her, she was a person that was very helpful to us, like English Portuguese on email exchange. I think it's a person that being on a logistic department, she's done her best so that we could be here. So warm of applause for her, please. Before I touch the issue that brought me here, I would like to have a small comment about what we see of the accreditation of experience. Yesterday, we spoke very well the issue of sustainability of that process. We also spoke about the financial part, which is very important, that we can have the sustainability of the process so that we can have access, a guarantee of access for all of us. But I would like to touch one point, which is very important. It's the guarantee of the quality of that process. So we have to have means for that process, because if we start the implementation first without financial issue to guarantee this process, we will face some problem to recognize the certificates which are issued by those processes. So as we know, it's a new process. So there is a need that we should do with quality so that we can have the credibility or social credibility in relation to the certificates which are issued by the process of recognize. As we know, it's a new process that we are trying to implement. So that's very important to have all those means prepared. So when it comes to the modality, that are going to present there. I think in most of the countries, they're already using this modality for double certification. It's a new modality that involves two systems, educational system and professional education. So the objective is to recognize the certificates that define the competence, the technical competence and professional that the people can acquire through that process. It's a modality that the youth, when they leave, they got double certificate. They got the one certificate that allows them to continue the studies in case they have all the conditions or all the means, and then also they can also apply for a labor market in case they don't have means in terms of financial means or economical means, or the family is not financial means to continue the study. So there's a modality that could do when someone doesn't have means to continue the studies, he's got the necessary ability or skills to go to the labor market. I think that's very important, that it can also be verified in all the countries. That's the only way that can allow that all people can have the same possibility to always continue in one way or another to carry on the studies or to go to labor market. So that's very important as well. So intercommunication of this process is guaranteed by two institutions which are very important. We have the National Department of Education, which is an entity that's responsible for the academic part, and you got National System of Qualification, which is an entity responsible for the learning. So that articulation is done from the beginning. From the beginning, that are defined. We got a rule or platform that can articulate that alignment between technical professional part and also the alignment with academic. So that will allow that we can have all the means so that intercommunication and the two systems can be possible. The entity that can be part within that modality, we have we get some courses which are within that modality. We got technical professional courses. That system in Cape Verde, it was for 2 years. It's a course of 2 years validation where we are standard 10 and 11. There is a certificate and it's got a professional qualification, what is level 3. So now in Cape Verde, that cycle has been extended to 4 years, where the student goes to standard 10 and he gets in level 3 qualification. And when he finished standard 10, and if he wishes to continue the studies, we have to go to grade 11, which is going to level 4 qualification, and you can have an academic certificate of standard 10, 12. So we've revised that. So the technical learning will be of the duration of 4 years. So that modality is also implemented for learning courses. So our learning course, we use the same modality of double certification. We also use that modality for another course or adult courses. And we also were in Cape Verde, we had a lot of problem because everybody not young for the learning, they also did the academic way. So going to standard 12, they couldn't make it and they went for a professional course. So there was a need for us to articulate between an adult that he wants to have any learning or take a course, and that teaching must also have double certification, where the person will upgrade the skills, and at the same time will have professional competence that will allow not even that have means to continue study, but they can have means or competence to be on a labor market. So that's more or less the process what we're using. I think it's a process that is used in some other countries. And I also think that it's a modality that's very important for all the countries that can try to implement, because people, they leave, they finish with academic competences, but they also have at the same time professional competence. If there's no mean to continue to study, then they can also be involved in labor market. I'm not gonna waste more time because my time is short. So I wanted to do that linkage between the two ministries, which they integrate that double certificate system. I thank you.
This on, okay, yeah, it works. So thank you so much, Amilcar. That was great. Unfortunately, we don't really have so much time. Next, we have a brief presentation on the ACQF self-assessment tool. Eduarda? Sorry, Colleen. Colleen, you have 15 minutes. If you can do it in 10 minutes, that would be great, because we've shot into the time. Thanks.
And Erica, we cannot move up because it is somehow.
Yes, you should go down with your arrows. Yes, like this. Perfect.
So, colleagues, this is a very, very short kind of rehearsal or preparation for the session 30 that we have tomorrow, in which we would like you to do an exercise of self-assessment. Self-assessment is the first step in the model of referencing that we are proposing in the context of ACQF. So we will briefly show you 4 criteria with tables, very simple tool of self-assessment based on a number of questions, criterion by criterion, and with 3 modes of 3 types of responses. It can be that you find that you fully meet the criteria or the question under the criteria, that you partly meet each one of those questions, or not at all. It's not a problem at all because it's a self-assessment. And then in the end, you may have a number of ideas on what is it that you need to address very quickly in order to prepare, let's say, for referencing. So this is the first step. The self-assessment is a first step in the workflow of referencing, as we have proposed. And you have this information on the table, and tomorrow we will distribute also these materials in printed form. So this will be for session 30, and here in the room you will be working around the tables. We have an additional room, a smaller room, so that we can also have a bit more space and less noise maybe in the discussions. And online we will have breakout groups, so Erica will do this work. So this referencing, we are going to test only 4 out of the 5 referencing criteria, the most important ones. And Colleen will now very briefly just show you. It's a very simple kind of tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduarda. The first question is for us to show that there is a clear and demonstrable link between the qualifications levels in the National Qualifications Framework or system and the level descriptors of the African Continental Qualifications Framework. So there are 5 guiding questions, and what you will do is you will either answer yes, you fully meet the criteria, partly, You meet some of it, you don't meet some of it, but you need to indicate the evidence. And then if it's no, then you just give the comment that you don't have that in place. But then also we make available this roadmap to say what is the roadmap that you'll put in place to make sure that you meet the criteria. Okay, and then there are some guiding questions you can see here, you know, where you can get that information, your NQF legal document policy, scope of the NQF, context in which the level descriptors are applied, the features and descriptions of level descriptors, and then the comparison to show the national levels. So all this will be made available in printed form tomorrow, but we just giving it to you now so that you can start thinking about it. So criterion 1 is covered there, and that is about the levels between the National Qualifications Framework and the African Continental Qualifications Framework. So referencing criterion 2 is about learning outcomes and that relationship to recognition of prior learning and where appropriate to credit systems. So you see, we've for the whole week already, we've been preparing you for this. You've had your learning outcomes presentation. There was a lot of things about RPL and also credit accumulation and transfer. So there are a few questions here, and it's the same principle. So you're going to be answering, you know, is the learning outcomes approach enabled by legislation? Is it agreed in and applied in all subsectors? Is the key features of the learning outcomes approach clear and understood? Are there links between learning outcomes and classification of qualifications levels? Is it related to the NQF? Is it agreed at policy level? Now we're talking about recognition of prior learning here, and then there are some questions on credit accumulation and transfer. And then also, do you have some studies? So it's the same principle. You answer yes, evidence, no, partly, evidence, no, comments, and then there's a bit of a roadmap that you can map out, you know, how you're going to achieve that criterion. So criterion 1 is about the levels, criterion 2 is learning outcomes, RPL, and credit accumulation and transfer. Referencing criterion 3 is about how those qualifications get included in the NQF. So there are transparent processes and procedures for including qualifications in the NQF or for describing the place of qualifications in the national qualification system. And additionally, information on qualifications is accessible, trustworthy, and verifiable in a national register or registers of qualifications. So that's your criterion 3. We're more than halfway now. Same principle. The first part is about the classification of the qualification levels. And it also, these questions actually help you to frame your national qualifications framework. If you haven't started yet, it also gives you some ideas of how to start this. So the first part is about the classification of the qualification levels. The second part is about managing qualifications information. And then also, are there any studies or research or analyses that have been done? Sources of information that you can use, and then a roadmap. The last criterion is about quality assurance. Okay, so the National Quality Assurance System for Education and Training refers to the National Qualifications Framework or System and is consistent with the principles of quality assurance of the African Continental Qualifications Framework. I think in that, in the handbook, I think the quality assurance principles, the African Continental Qualifications Framework, quality assurance principles, it's very brief, it's included there. So the same principle applies here. The first part is about national quality assurance, so it's in country. And then the sub-criteria number 7 is about compatibility with the ACQF in terms of legislation, institutions, policy, and so on. So you do have a copy of the quality assurance principles of African Continental Qualifications Framework, so you'll just do a compatibility exercise. It's the same principle, yes, fully, partly, indicate evidence, no, comments, and then, are there studies, research, analysis to support this? We also give you where you can get the sources of information, and then there's also a roadmap to achieve that criterion. So tomorrow in session 30, we're going to be working on these 4 criteria. Thank you very much, Eduarda.
Thank you very much, Colleen. So let me just say, this is absolutely not an exam. This is not an exam. This is not a test. It's a self-assessment. And then, so each group will select 1 or 2 criteria. You don't need to do all of them, because this is more an exercise of getting acquainted, understanding a little bit, and also defining for yourselves, where are we currently if we would like to reference to the ACQF. That's one point. So it's not at all a competition, as the referencing is not a competition, it's not ranking, it's self-improvement, let's say. That's one thing. The other thing is, we know that there are several countries here in the room that are starting or thinking about developing an explicit NQF. But we have been saying throughout the week that in principle, all countries have an implicit qualifications framework, etc. So what I want to say is that all countries are invited to do this. It's not that you need to have a qualifications framework with 10 years of experience. No, this is a motivator. It is a self-reflection. So you can start even if you have just started, or you have your own qualification system. It is there. You have descriptions of qualifications. You have levels of qualifications. You have technicien supérieur, technicien spécialisé, technicien BPC.
BPC technician.
These are qualification levels of the systems existing. So you can really work on that basis. Everybody is included here. No, there is nobody who has a better or so framework. That's the point I wanted to make. So we will send you this by email to all of you. And so maybe in the morning or so, if you have a moment to take a look. But this is just really an exercise of understanding and trying to discuss. Around this table, there are here several systems. Discuss with all of you around these questions. You can take two criteria and try to fill it all. And Matthias, I know, will do the 4 criteria even, I'm sure. And the same thing, Ethiopia. I'm sure you will do the four criteria. Okay, so many thanks and see you tomorrow. And I want to ask, please, another round of applause to our very dear colleagues from SAQA. And a special thank you to Tola for talking about data. Many thanks. See you tomorrow. Thank you.